Hello, everybody, and welcome to Now, Next, Never, or... Hello, everybody, and welcome to New, Next, or Never Normal. Now, hopefully, you've joined today to be part of the conversation around the future of further and higher education post-COVID, hopefully. And if that's not quite why you've joined, then please do still stick with us. We'd love to have the views. So we're looking forward today to hearing from so many amazing guests and also from you and your inputs. Now, we'll explain how you can be involved as we go through the day in just a moment. But first, we wanted to introduce ourselves as your host today because we'll be popping up throughout the day.
Morning, everybody. My name's Ben Whittaker. I'm one of the directors at EduFuturist and a curriculum manager at Burnley College in lovely Lancashire.
Hi, I'm Dan Fitzpatrick. I'm based in the northeast of England. I work at a secondary school in charge of careers and digital change.
And I'm Janelle Aldred. I'm a journalist by trade. I work in communications. I live in London, but currently locking down in Birmingham because there's a garden here.
And in the top corner we have...
and I'm Steve Hope. I'm here. It's Steve Hope. I'll be taking you through this morning in partnership with Janelle. I am one of the podcast leads in terms of EduFuturist, but also I work as Head of Independent Learning for Leeds City College, Keighley College and Harrogate College as well. So, as Janelle said, New, Next or Never Normal. It's brought to you in partnership with C Learning, EduFuturist and in partnership with the Warwickshire College Group as well. There's so many important conversations happening and we just wanted to do our part in driving it forward and leading the conversation.
Now, we would love you to talk about the discussions that we're having today on your social media platforms. Now, the hashtag for the day is super catchy. It's hashtag NNONN2020. So do get that down. And when you're sending questions in, if you could use the hashtag, especially if you're on Twitter or something else, then it will help us to see the questions a bit more easily. And we'll be reading out some of your comments throughout the day.
Now, yeah, so mega catchy, absolutely mega catchy. I wonder who wrote that.
It wasn't me.
I wonder who wrote that. It might have been me, to be fair. So I'm not gonna dive into that one. So the day is split into 3 parts. Rest assured, there are plenty of comfort breaks, and I know it's a mega warm day outside. And I'm sure it is wherever you're coming at. So you can view the schedule and dip in and out if you feel it. We'd love to join you for you to join us through the day. And you can find the schedule at normal.edufuturist.com/schedule. And we're going to put that in the chat so you can access that throughout the day as well.
Now, across the 3 sessions, we have 2 keynotes with Q&As. We have 3 presentations and roundtables, and also in session 3. Now, we are really excited that there will be an exclusive launch of a report at 2:30 today, New, Next or Never, and that's with David Jones OBE. And so we are really pleased to bring that for the first time today, and there will be a discussion after that report too.
Yeah, so before we hit the first keynote of the day, there's 2 things. One of them is fun, but as Janelle always says, it's the organised kind of fun. So Monica from Friends would absolutely love it, but and hopefully you do too. The other one is probably a bit better. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to welcome Helen Kinghorn from the Warwickshire College Group, who is one of our partners today. And if we would have been in the building, they would have been hosting us today. So yeah, absolutely fantastic. And over to Helen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. As said, my name is Helen Kinghorn from Warwickshire College Group. We're absolutely delighted to be working on this really relevant and exciting event. The original plan was that this event would be held at our Rugby College Conference Centre. So you'd have been sitting in an air-conditioned conference room. You would have been tucking into perhaps some chocolat, bacon butties, fresh fruit, coffee, orange juice, etc. And I would have stood up to welcome you and had to tell you about where the facilities are and, you know, there's a fire drill next or whatever. And luckily I don't have to do that because we're all online. And instead, I'm welcoming a much larger audience than we could have ever fitted into Rugby College. And I'm so pleased that we've got international audience as well. These past few months since the 23rd of March have been quite a roller coaster ride for the team at Warwickshire College Group. From the sheer euphoria of oh my goodness, everything works. And that wasn't just the IT team. We all shared the euphoria that we can do this. Our students can go online, we can do this. And then that euphoria morphed into this virtual delivery is very tiring, it's very intense. And the realization that adaptation is probably necessary to do this very well. And it's been a similar experience for our students. So they've had the joy of not having to get up, not having to travel on buses, etc., to the frustration when the Wi-Fi isn't as good as college or when they haven't even got Wi-Fi. And the biggest thing our students have missed is that social contact with their friends. So the social aspect of learning, collaborating and working with others. Some of our students have excelled, those on classroom-based courses, and some on the more practical courses like construction have really quite struggled because they've missed coming in and using their hands with things. And that's despite best efforts. Our chef lecturers run like a master chef from his kitchen, and our motor vehicle lecturer has been in doing things with his own cars. So they have really adapted well to this online learning. So we're at the point, like most educational establishments, of not wanting to give up all the good stuff from this move online and to really build on the best bits. And so what I'd like to do is wish everybody a really enlightening day. It looks great. The agenda looks fabulous. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Helen. And we'll be hearing from Helen later on in one of the roundtable discussions. And we're looking forward to that. Now, as promised, the organised fun. I actually hate organised fun. Hate's a very strong word, isn't it? I dislike organised fun. But before we get to that, I just want to say a quick hello. We've seen people saying hello from Sydney to Sheffield. I used to live there. Whoop, whoop. Oldham and Newcastle. I know we have some other even more exciting places, which we'll hear about later on in the day. Now, for the first bit of organised fun, please head to Twitter if you have it, and head to the EduFuturist account, and we have a poll that is pinned to the top of the account. We want to know if you're here from FE or HE. So if you've got a second, if you can just go to that poll and register your vote. I don't have any catchy music and I'm not going to sing because I don't think that's going to help anything. But if you have a chance, if you head to Twitter and just say which education sector you are from. Right, now the best thing.
This is the awkward bit where we have to sit here for 2 minutes.
You see,
I don't like silence.
As a former newsreader, I'm used to talking to no one apart from the camera. So I'm like really happy with the non-reply. It gives me a chance just to talk incessantly. But you don't like it?
I don't mind it. I just feel that I should be talking and rambling and waffling. So I'll keep just jumping in and waffling bits and bats. I definitely won't sing. And I don't think at any point we'll be forming a duet. That's
none of that. Now, hopefully everyone has taken a moment to go to the EduFuturist and do on that, and we'll give you the results of that later. And at the moment, FE, that's where most people are from currently. So you've got an hour to put your vote there. So please head to the Twitter poll. And the second poll, which I can confirm that I had a hand in doing, is much less anything. What's the word? Educator, tell me the word that this is not. It's not very clever.
I'm not very clever. Is that what you're saying? No, I'm not very clever. Is that where we're jumping in? You said you were going to be kind this morning.
It's not that highfalutin. So no. What is the thing? And please comment in the chat box. Tell us in the live comments, what is the thing you've consumed the most in lockdown? Now, the choices are as follows to keep it clean. Chocolate, alcohol, cheese, carbs, or none of the above. What have you consumed the most in lockdown? And if you put that into the live comments, just for a bit of fun, who's going to go first? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, now we might have to sing a song.
Oh, no. Oh, there we go.
Okay, here we go.
You're coming in.
Coffee. All of the above. Yeah, that's me. None of the above. Well, do keep putting it in. We want to make sure none of coffee. Okay, got to be the booze. I'm kind of with you. Cheese, the alcohol, gin. I had a lot of gin. I ran out of gin.
It is 12 o'clock in the world somewhere, so I'm sure somebody's allowed to be drinking. And if you're actually at work and drinking, maybe just don't put it on social media. That might be the best avenue. Just keep it to yourself. But sometimes you just have to get your buzz on to get through the day, I suppose. But yeah, let's not go there. Let's not dwell on that.
So over to you.
So we're on to one of the reasons that you're here, I suppose. We're pleased to have David Price to come and share his ideas with us. He's an author, a keynote speaker, and worked globally around supporting organisations, countries, and so much more around their open approach to education and everything else alongside it as well. David will be delivering a keynote on unleashing the power of us, education post-COVID. So please put your questions in the chat box, and we'll put the Q&As to David after. As you've seen, my Wi-Fi probably isn't performing great today. So what we've done with David is we've done a pre-recording just to make sure that nothing falls over, because we want you to get the best of David, and we don't want you to get the stuttering robot of David. So over to David.
Strange giving talks like this. There's no getting around it. I think it's a poor substitute for being in a room with people. But that's what lockdown does to you, I guess. And what it's done to me, I suppose, is it made me never, ever want to eat sourdough bread again. Yes, like most people, I made it and then realized it was just bread at the end of the day. It might be fancy, but it's just bread. So then I thought, oh, orchids, they're nice. I'll buy a few orchids. And my wife thinks that we're running an orchid farm now because I bought more than I should have done, put it that way. And then I got a little bit bored from that. So I thought, okay, well, we'll go back, return to our first love, which is music. And I put together a music video of about 100 educators from around the world. And we sang a song in tribute to the care workers. I enjoyed it. It was good fun. But even then, I started getting a bit bored. So I thought, there's nothing else for it. I'm going to have to write the book. And this is it. It's out on August the 28th. I didn't start writing it during lockdown. I just want to make that clear. I've actually been writing it for 3 years. It's called The Power of Us, How We Connect, Act and Innovate. It's out on Thread Books. Please buy it. And as I say, I rewrote it because of one thing and another. You can't really write a book during coronavirus and not refer to it. So I kind of rewrote the whole book. Also, there were some amazing things which were highly pertinent to the book. So I thought, okay, let's rewrite it. And about halfway through that process, which was about 2 weeks ago when I started reconstructing the whole book, I came across this quote from Tom Friedman, who's a journalist in the New York Times, who I respect the hell out of. He's a fantastic journalist. And he said, whatever non-fiction book you're working on now, put it down. There's a world before Corona and there's a world after Corona. And we've got no idea what the world after Corona is going to look like. Well, that was advice that I didn't really take. Partly because I think he missed a bit out. I think the bit between those two worlds is really important, and we shouldn't overlook it. That's DC, the world during Corona. And I think we've learned so much about ourselves as a species that I want to start the talk really with what I think are the 4 key lessons that we've learned. And then I want to move into how we got to be at that point of development, because it was going on before Corona. And then finally, we'll look at afterwards what this means for all our students and for education. So let's start with the lessons learned. The first one is that communities outperform bureaucracies. This is particularly true if you're a UK citizen, it seems to me. Well, an English citizen. I think in Scotland, you might have a different view, and I'd support you in that. But it's not just England, it's also the US. We've seen governments around the world failing to act quickly enough, decisively enough, failing to get on top of it. Whilst at the same time, small grassroots communities have been able to respond amazingly well and incredibly fast. So Brewdog, which I consider to be a community-run organisation, it's owned by its community. Overnight, Brewdog shifted from brewing beer to making hand gel sanitizers because there was a shortage of it. They turned their delivery vans into delivering lunches for vulnerable people. And they just did it on a sixpence overnight. We saw this explosion of mutual aid groups. In the first week of lockdown, there were over 1,000 mutual aid groups were formed on Facebook. And they're still going. They're still supporting local communities. And it's been a great irony, it seems to me, that during the period when we're locked down and isolated, we've probably never been as well connected. And there's something to be learned from that. And one of the people I wrote about in the book is a guy called Pan Pansiaka. And Pan, he's not a medical expert, but he runs a medical research project called the Redo Project. And it looks into the use of repurposed drugs. Now, before Corona, nobody had heard of repurposed drugs, but is actually finding drugs that might have been developed for one use, but actually they work very well in other uses. And Pan's particularly interested in cancer drugs. But of course, when coronavirus happened, they then repurposed themselves, and they are tracking currently over 1,000 clinical trials of repurposed drugs. One of which was hydroxychloroquine, which didn't work. But the other one was dexamethasone, which did work. And as I say, they've repurposed their whole reason for being, and they did it overnight. And then finally, Just One Giant Lab, which is a club of 4,000 people based in France, but it's global. And it's people of all kinds of disciplines. So it's engineers, it's educators, it's medics, it's hobbyists, it's makers, and they are dedicated to finding solutions, not just for the shortage of PPE, but for coronavirus itself. So it seems to me that we're realizing that small grassroots community-run organizations can respond quicker and often more effectively than bureaucracies. The thing that we're learning is timescales don't really count for anything now. You know, if you just look at the Oxford vaccine group to see that, it used to be that developing a vaccine took 10 years. Well, they're probably going to do it inside of 12 months, which is an astonishing achievement. And it is a partnership between themselves and AstraZeneca. But it is more than likely that if it works, everyone watching this will have been vaccinated round about the turn of the year within, certainly within 18 months. And that never used to be the case. So the standard period for clinical trials was 10 to 15 years, and now we just measure it in weeks. Surely we're not going to go back to that. Some of you may have heard of the partnership between Mercedes, Formula One development team, and UCL Hospital, when they realized that because the ventilators weren't really working because it was too late if people had to be put on a ventilator, they got together and created a new design for a continuous breathing machine. They did it from the initial meeting to producing the first of 10,000 continuous breathing machines. They did it in under 100 hours. Astonishing. And really, one of the reasons why these groups are able to respond so quickly is that peer production is driven by passion, not protocols. And that's what we've seen. And it is leading to an ugly word, and I'm sorry to have to use it, but it's a thing called cosmolocalism. And what that essentially means is you design globally, but you make locally. And that is turning the traditional model on its head, because it used to be that intellectual property was closely guarded and you produced whatever it was you were making in your global factories around the world. But it was all centralized. Now, as I say, that model's turned on its head. What was scarce, which was ideas, is now plentiful through the open source movement. But because materials are now becoming scarce, then we're having to make them locally. So all of the examples I'm going to give are examples of cosmolocalism in action. And people are saying this will be the new mode of production going forward. So this is an example of the 3D printed prosthetic limbs, which Matt Botel of Melbourne has created, his social enterprise. You'll make them for $1 and give them to developed nations. But he also has made the designs available for anyone. And people now all over the world are making these prosthetic limbs because all you need is a 3D printer. This girl here, you see, she's an Afghan student, and in Afghanistan, they're making makeshift ventilators, and they're doing it from Toyota parts. Someone made an open source design, and people all over Afghanistan have been developing this. And then the one that you're probably most familiar with, because literally thousands of students around the world have been doing this. They've been making these face shields when there was a shortage of them. And the design for the face shields, the 3D design, it's all open source. So wherever they happen to be, I work with a school in Rochdale, Matthew Moss High School. Their students started producing them as soon as there was a shortage of PPE. They delivered them to doctors' surgeries, and before a week had gone, they were taking orders from all over the country. So it seems to me that this touches on what, for me now, is the most exciting part of what we've seen, is that it's largely being driven by young people. And that takes us to the fourth lesson, which is that ideas no longer come with a date stamp. You don't have to be a certain age before people will take you seriously. So I just want to introduce you to two young men that you may not have come across. They both essentially invented the same thing, which is a COVID tracking app. Avi Schiffman lives in Washington State with his parents. He's 17-year-old, and he's just been named the Webby Person of the Year. For the geeks among you, you'll know that's like winning the Oscar. Not content with that, his COVID tracking website, which is actually the most used COVID website in the US. All the epidemiologists use it because they want up-to-date information, and it's constantly being updated. But he wasn't happy just with that. When the George Floyd protests started happening, he produced a website which tracks Black Lives Matter protests all around the world. It's amazing if you go on it. He's 17. Kid on the right, I heard about, he's 19, Ryan Jin Seong Hong. Again, he lives with his parents in Seoul in South Korea. And when Korea had this explosion, I don't know if you remember, but it was a religious sect, and they'd done really well keeping the virus under control, and then things took off. Well, he produced a COVID tracking app which would alert you on your mobile phone if you were in an area, in a part of the country where there'd been someone recently who was infected. He did it in 3 days, and at the height of the outbreak, when the numbers were starting to escalate in Korea, he was getting 300,000 hits per day. Now, contrast that with the UK's attempt at doing a COVID tracking app, which, of course, the UK wouldn't just take the one that everybody's been using. These two were using the Google Apple platform. No, they had to develop their own at £250 million cost to admit that actually it wouldn't actually work with iPhones. So they've now said that the next version of the app will be ready hopefully before Christmas. That's at least 6, 7, if not more months. A 19-year-old kid living with his parents can do it in 3 days. What does that tell you? So I was really interested in what was the motivation behind these young kids, because it seems to me we've got lessons to learn about what's driving them. Because if we think that the students that we've been looking after who've been making face shields are going to be happy to come back in September and fill in worksheets, we are sadly mistaken. So I wanted to get an idea of what's driving them. This is Avi, as I say, 17-year-old, lives in Washington State. And he recently did an interview with MIT, and he said, I was a really bad student. I had a 1.7 grade point average. I focused my time on programming related stuff. I couldn't focus in any class. I'd stay up late working on programming. My attendance rate was 60%. I could have made something really big and lived the rest of my life in the Bahamas. And I sort of planned to go to college eventually. Maybe. Probably won't go to college. I'm working on more interesting things. This is the challenge. We can't go back to the old normal. The next normal has got to be different. So Ryan, I reached out to Ryan because it's so easy these days. When I heard about this COVID tracking app, and I said to him, what was driving you, and what do your friends think that the world's going to be like after this? Where do they see their part in the world? And this is what he said. He said, our generation should really take advantage of this to deal with bigger challenges ahead. I'd love to build a charitable organization to serve people, because throughout this journey of Corona Map Live, that's his website, I found out that I was never happier than this in my entire life. I started helping people without expecting anything. I wouldn't have had the same feeling if I'd decided to monetize it. I learned that it was way more powerful than money. Way more powerful than money. And these are not exceptions, these kids. I could have filled my book 3 times over with kids like this. They're everywhere. And this was happening before COVID, and it'll be happening after COVID as well. So I want to just talk a little bit about what I think is actually going on here. It seems to me that this outbreak of peer production, I call it mass ingenuity, this wave of mass ingenuity was going to happen anyway because of what I call the 3 stages of sharing. So first of all, we shared what we knew. So Twitter, YouTube, what we're doing now is sharing what we know. But that led to sharing what we owned. So Airbnb, the let schemes of contributing your skills in exchange for not money but credit. And now we're at the really exciting part, the part which the former governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, has called the artisanal economy, which is about sharing what we create. And if you are unclear as to what this is, you just got to go on websites like Etsy or Patreon. It's people finding a market for what they make. And you can do that now. Now, there was a 4th stage that I began to speculate in the book. I was speculating as to whether it would reach scale. It seems to me that there is now the opportunity, because the 2 blockers to peer production at scale were historically access to the means of capital and access to the means of production. Now, with peer-to-peer lending services online and 3D printers costing less than $1,500, that's no longer the case. So, it's an exciting time. What does it mean for education after coronavirus? Well, I think one of the things is that we're seeing new forms of activism. Black Lives Matter is one, the climate emergency, the Extinction Rebellion people, remember that? That wasn't that long ago. They completely tore up the rule book about how you do protest, and with incredible success. Similarly, the Me Too movement. The 2 largest public demonstrations ever in the history of our species were organized by school kids. That was the Parklands, Florida kids, the March for Our Lives march, and then the march that Greta Thunberg organized. So this is what I mean about, I think the exciting part is that kids themselves are driving this. We're, like I said, seeing communities outperforming bureaucracies, and that also applies to education. So in America, we're seeing the rise of things called the teacher-powered schools. So where educators are taking more of the decisions at the point where they need to be taken, the closest point to the classroom. And I suspect we'll see that happen now in schools and colleges. I think we're seeing leaders who've developed a newfound courage in resisting government. And we'll see that sense of community more. The development of timescales also applies to education. The number of people who ummed and ahed about blended learning and whether it could happen. And then when we were forced to do it, they did it in 3 weeks. So surely we're not going to go back. We have to now accept that blended learning is just going to be part of education going forward. When we put education back together again after Corona, we have to do it with users, students, parents, communities, at the heart of it. They've got to be the people who are innovating, not just ourselves. And I think we should seize this opportunity for what it is, which is a chance to let global challenges drive the curriculum, because let's be honest, this isn't going to be the only global crises that our young people are going to be facing in their lives. The climate emergency is queuing up. We've got mass migration. Hell, we've got the biggest economic depression that we'll probably have ever seen in our history. And it's our young people who are going to have to solve this. So I've been arguing for a while that we should be having more place-based curricula. We should be developing ecosystems where we're trying to solve problems. And we have the opportunity now. So if we have the courage to seize this moment, I think we will see that schools and colleges will see the revival of their communities as their prime responsibility. And I believe it should be. And I've been working with schools who were already doing this before COVID-19 happened. We'll see that education can become the ecosystem where these future challenges become the focus of the learning, but it can't happen alone. We have to work with employers, we have to work with communities, and we'll be working globally. Our students have made global connections. They'll want to continue doing that. And our young people will show us the power of us, because education can become the place where equity and diversity stop being slogans and they're made real. So we hear a lot about the greatest generation, the generation that fought in the Second World War. My father was part of that generation. And you know, we call them the greatest generation for a good reason. But they weren't the greatest generation before the war. They just needed something, the scale of which had never happened before, so that they could rise to it. What the great Thomas Paine said, the time found them. And I believe the time has found this generation as well. And they can rise to the same kind of respect, it seems to me, if we give them a chance after coronavirus. And never was it better expressed than by Greta Thunberg when she said, society's past a social tipping point. We can no longer look away from what our society has been ignoring for so long, whether it's equality, justice, or sustainability. People are starting to find their voice, to understand that they can actually have an impact. Doing our best is no longer good enough. We must now do the seemingly impossible, and that is up to you and me, because no one else will do it for us. I think she's describing the power of us, and I think it's our responsibility as educators to help give them not just the tools and the knowledge, but the experiences within which they can demonstrate the power of us. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
And we're back, and we are back. Powerful stuff, and he's live with us. He's here. He's not just a robot on a screen. He is here. He's live, and he's ready to go. So obviously, we're gonna ask a couple of questions from the audience, David. So hopefully you geared up for them, and you've been listening to your own presentation. That would be helpful, because we definitely have absolutely fantastic start to the day. So we're going to go to I think a question from David Leonard first. We'll bring it up on the screen in a second. But Dave asked a question for David. How can we, in education, learn from DC lessons and repurpose what we do to provide more to the communities that we serve? And how do we leverage the passion to expedite the process?
Yeah, and I think Dave's hit on a really important point there, because the point I was trying to make in the talk was that it seems to me that we through this pandemic, we have, to a degree, started to rediscover the power of localism, of collectivism, and working with your local communities. And people are suffering, and they're going to be suffering for a long, long time to come. So I just don't think it's fair on our young people to say that's something that you just park outside the school gates. I've worked with a number of schools now, has to be said, mainly in Australia, that have redesigned their entire curriculum around the needs of the community. And it all starts with an ask. You know, these schools just went to the local council and said, what can we do? What can we do to help you? And they soon found that all the learning that they would traditionally be doing could be found in doing meaningful acts to support the community. So I think it's a really great point that he's made.
And on to our second question, and we're actually so close to the end of time, we'd really appreciate it if after we come off, you could go into the chat and answer a couple of the other questions a bit more fully. But for the last question of this session, and I really enjoyed your presentation, by the way, there's some really, really interesting elements. I think the second question that we had was from Cameron Patterson. If timescales don't matter anymore, what might that mean for the traditional notion of a year-long school grade?
Yeah, I know Cameron, and he's a bit of a rebel down in Sydney. I think it's a really great question to ask because everything has been thrown up in the air. Now we don't know when the school year. It's a bit like the Premier League. When does the season end and when does the next season start? I don't personally think that that's anything to be feared. I think we're moving towards a much more flexible delivery of education now, not just within schools, but within colleges and universities, because universities particularly, it seems to me, have now had to reinvent themselves going forward beyond COVID. So we can't just stick to everybody starts in September or August or whenever it is, and then everybody finishes in May. How we do that is Cameron would be a better person to talk to, frankly, than myself. But it will inevitably happen as we see the lessons that we're learning from the tertiary sector are starting to trickle down into FE and down into schools. So it's coming.
I hope so, because actually, fun fact, my sister and I are actually in the same year at school because I'm September 5th and she's August 31st the following year. So our gap in learning was actually exacerbated when I was always in top groups, she was always in lower groups, when the reality is that was more down to birthdays than ability. Absolutely.
I mean, why are we still, processing students by the year of production? Why? Just because you're 12 doesn't mean to say you know exactly the same things as someone else who's 12. In some areas, you're going to know a lot more than someone your same age. So we need to think about all of that as well. And that's been happening during Corona, and we need to learn these lessons.
Thank you so much, David. And this, as you say, is a perfect time for us to think about what are the lessons we're learning and what are we going to take forward. And hopefully David will be able to go into the chat and answer the questions that we didn't have time to ask, because we're coming up to our first break on time. Woohoo. And so our first roundtable is going to happen next. The break's only 5 minutes. Is that still exciting?
I think we hope so. I'm excited.
So we'll be back at 10:45 for the next session. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We gave you an extra minute. Don't say that we're not kind. We're kind. Yeah, we're definitely kind.
Indeed.
I've just told Steve to laugh at all my jokes, but the delay means that sometimes it doesn't quite happen on the moment when I want it to happen.
What you don't know is we're actually sitting side by side, so she has to kick me under the table to remind me to laugh. So,
So that's the problem we're having this morning. But thank you, everyone, for coming back. There's some amazing and some great discussions happening in the chat at the moment, and people raising some really interesting topics. So we want to keep that discussion going. And if you want to take it over to Twitter also, please do, so that more people can be aware of what's going on, and maybe the live link too, so other people can join in as well. So as promised, the organised fun has happened and the polls are in. And in terms of people viewing, and there's probably still a couple of minutes to vote, but the votes were as follows so far. 68.3 people watching are involved in further education, 11.1 are in higher education, there's 6.3 in the public sector, we see you people, and then there's 14.3% who are in other, so that could be other forms of education too. So it's great to get a read of the room of where everyone's coming from. And the second poll results are also in. Now, I can tell we have a group of rebels here, which is why you're the right crowd for new, next, or never normal. We presented 5 choices, and the 2 most popular choices were choices that we didn't present. So we had coffee and gin as 2 of the most popular things, so that people are consuming during lockdown. And then lots of people just said all of the above. So we'll also take that as a credible answer.
Yeah, so over to the next element. So we now have an absolutely fantastic roundtable for you, apart from the fact that I'm on it. So let's jump alongside the fact that I'm part of it. But we have Rebecca Blackburn, we have Stephen Spence. Hopefully we'll have David Price coming back in, and Angela Donovan. Apologies for the dogs barking in the background. Had to happen at that point, didn't it? So we're going to bring him in. We're going to do a quick introduction. So keep it short and sweet, people. And then we're going to delve into the pedagogy and also what it's looking like for your college and stuff going forward. So, Angela, do you want to start?
Yeah, hi, so I'm Angela Donovan. I'm assistant principal at Burnley College, fantastic place in Lancashire. And so I'm responsible for sixth form and university studies, amongst a whole host of other things as well.
Absolutely fantastic. And Stephen Spence?
Oh, you're on mute, Stephen.
You are on mute, Stephen.
Yeah, great start. Good morning, Steve. Morning, everybody. And yeah, I work at the Sheffield College, large general further education college, and I'm fortunate enough to lead on teaching, learning, innovation across the whole institution. And I've been there for approximately 20 months.
Fantastic. And last but definitely not least is Rebecca Blackburn.
Morning, everybody. I'm Rebecca. I'm Head of Quality and Learner Experience for R&N Group colleges. So that's Rotherham, Dearne Valley and North Notts across South Yorkshire and Bassetlaw.
Absolutely fantastic. So it's nice to have such a cross-section of FE coming in from different roles. Quality is definitely not my bag. I've introduced myself earlier, but my role is Head of Independent Learning. I look after the non-traditional element of teaching and learning, the old library structure, and a focus on the blended approach and everything else. So a quick introduction to myself. So I'm going to go to Stephen Spence with this one, and I'm going to say, what has lockdown learning looked like at the Sheffield College then?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, largely positive, and I'll always try and put a positive spin on everything. But yeah, largely positive at the college. Obvious challenges, the obvious one being digital poverty. But actually, I think what it's definitely done for me and the rest of the college is highlight that the work we've been doing over the last 18 to 20 months has been in the correct direction, which is all that we want. I think some of the excellent practice, just an example from how the Music Academy have just been doing some amazing things at the top end of the digital spectrum at our college. So they've just literally moved all their assessments online. You've got every student's made a website. Every student's has got hundreds of videos of them performing online, and you think, wow, that's exactly what we should be doing in today's society, because that's what you would be doing, in real life. And then the other end of the spectrum, the more developing practice, is where you've got the people who maybe this is new to. But what has been, fantastic is that they've all they've all really come on board with what we need to do. So both ends of the spectrum has been really useful, and it's also sort of helped us move to. We've been able to give a framework, let's say, for all staff to be able to work out of, which has resulted in us launching a tiered training program that we're really happy with at the college. Yeah, that'll underpin most of what we do in the next few years. So yeah, from me, really positive in terms of the strides we've made forward at the college.
Great, that's really fantastic. Now, want to move on to Rebecca, if you don't mind, this next question. So if you knew one thing at the beginning of lockdown that you know now, what would you have done differently?
That's really interesting, isn't it? There's been a lot of time for reflection, I think, over the past kind of 12 weeks. For us, we were still very early in our journey of kind of developing our staff confidence and skills with a range of EdTech and kind of digital. But I would say that I think I saw another couple of colleges who very early on, when we got the message about lockdown, took a day or two to do some kind of mass refresher training with staff and with students to just say, this is what we're entering into, we're in it together. Let's all refresh ourselves and be really clear and confident about what we're doing. We did a little bit of that in a kind of very mixed approach. So looking back, if I could do anything differently, I'd say, yeah, everybody all at once, let's dive in this together, know what we need to do, and just make sure you're confident and comfortable with the basics, and we'll take it from there.
And of course, hindsight is a wonderful, a wonderful gift to have. And so, Angela, if you could tell me, you know, obviously COVID threw us a couple of curveballs in terms of the whole thing, and then the events that have happened through it all. What have been some of your biggest learnings?
I think for us, I mean, we've had quite a similar experience in terms of what Stephen and Rebecca have described, really. But we did kind of run for the mass training before we left the building. And I think one of the things that, you know, reflected really was kind of how quickly things moved. And I think one of the key pieces of learning that will come out of it for us when, I won't say when we're out of it, but we're never going to be, are we, in some ways, but was how quickly actually we can move things forward and how quickly we can mobilise our teams to upskill. And so I think in the future, we won't be afraid to kind of make bigger leaps and be bolder in what we do and in our development. And so I think for us, that really has been key. I think some of the key curveballs really was we probably needed to speak to the students more about what they were expecting it to look like. I think for us, what we focused on was upskilling our team so that we could get our remote learning up and running, so that classrooms were there. And we really did go from 0 to 90. I think we had about 950 kind of Google Classroom set up pre-lockdown. We're now at 3,262. So it just flew. And our focus was placed on upskilling the teams. And I think, you know, I'm really sad to say it, but we didn't probably talk to the students enough before we left the building. And that's what we're doing now. What were their expectations? What did they want remote learning to feel and to look like? And so there's a lot more learning for us in front of us in that respect.
And that's actually a really interesting point. And obviously, Steve, you work with independent learners of not necessarily engaging all the people who are involved in the process, but kind of obviously, what does that self-assessment and self-reflection phase look like with that kind of in mind?
I think absolutely fantastic points from the panel so far, really. I think, and what Angela said, if we're honest, and if I'm honest, I don't think we've done enough. I think I talk a lot around the Pixar moment and applying a Pixar moment to education, or insularly, but also externally across like collaboration of colleges. That I don't think there's enough, and I'll maybe explain that a little bit more. The Pixar moment is not one individual driving innovation and coming up with one idea and doing everything. You need to bring in all stakeholders, so actually getting students to design what it should look like, what they actually need, and what they actually want, as well as teachers, rather than just policymakers and strategy writers writing it thinking they're doing the best thing. We all think we're doing the best thing, and I think sometimes I write a great strategy, but actually if I give it to students, they'll be like, what are you talking about? It's based on my opinion. I think we need to do more for disadvantaged learners in terms of their assessment, and I think that's been a big learning curve for me. That element of we Google and we gave out a lot of Chromebooks, But actually, what happens if I gave out a Chromebook to a student and I think, right, they're ready to learn, but they've got a family of 5, and also maybe their mum and dad are actually using that device throughout the day, is the expectation. And also they might all have a device and be sitting around a dining room table, all trying to get into a Zoom or a Google Meet and watching this. If you're a family of 5 trying to watch this event, it's very noisy. I don't know if you've got it on the big screen. I think we need to drive towards what we always call the 6 C's, and America and the US does it really well around critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Industry is saying that they want that. Universities are crying out for it. But actually, as a college and as education systems, are we doing enough to focus on the development of those skills rather than just the standard curriculum and focusing on just passing? I think that is the bit for me in terms of what we need to do with students in terms of that assessment. Where are they at when they leave school? Where do we need to take them to when they leave us in terms of Leeds City College, Keighley and Harrogate?
Because that's really interesting, Steve, if you could kind of jump in, because we know the inequalities exist. So all of these issues, not that they're not known, it's just that COVID has definitely exacerbated all of them and brought them to the surface for more people who weren't aware of all of these things, sometimes bubbling away under the surface, or perhaps didn't need as much of our attention. So how do you feel that you've helped to support learners to kind of help with access to learning?
I suppose
personally, obviously you're one person, but the system.
Yeah, we'll definitely push it out. But I think me personally, I think as a collaboration element, we made sure that the devices that we have for students to access in the building were given out to those students. We asked them the question based on curriculum and said, right, you ask your students what they actually need, whether that's a device, whether that's connectivity and everything else. And that's what we did. But let's be honest, there is a massive gap. Leeds City College and college is a big beast. Do we have enough devices to support that? And how can we drive that forward and lobby and use our voice to push the revolution, to then say, actually, government, you've said you're going to do something. We need something to support the learners. We don't need the investment in college buildings or anything else. Give us the investment to make sure students, regardless of where they're coming from and their background, can actually access the learning we're providing. Because they talk about disadvantage and getting back in the building. We still can't get every single student in the building, so we need to make sure that students can access learning outside of the building and outside of the 4 walls. Just to go on to Portia Wilkinson, Wilkins, sorry. The 4 C's are around critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. Those students need to be able to be autonomous, and that's what we've seen during lockdown, that some of those students struggle when they can't ask a teacher, and that support is not always there right in the classroom. But I'm going to stop talking because there's some fantastic...
I've got my little... you see my little cue. But to Stephen, sorry, if I can take it back to you, what have you noticed about some of your most disadvantaged students in this time? How have they coped?
Well, I alluded to it in my first point, didn't I? That I think one of the negatives to come out of this is it has highlighted the digital poverty, and I think that just building on what everybody said so far, and Steve there, I think everybody in FE probably, we're sort of in FE because we believe in or education. Full stop. Apologies, I'm using FE there. But I think we're in FE because we have that passion and we believe that education, there should be an equality of education. Education should be there for everybody to be able to access, shouldn't they? And I know that from my personal point of view, that comes through in my whole approach to everything I do. So it's a fundamental human right, isn't it? And what we don't want to happen now is the fact that this sort of change here, we need to ensure that everybody is involved. It needs to be more inclusive. It shouldn't become less exclusive and exclude people because they don't have access. So I think colleges and institutions can do a lot, but I think that the point that Steve alluded to there was the fact that actually there's a bigger body that needs to be that needs to take control, i.e. some sort of government initiative. We need to make sure that everybody can access education. It is a human right. 100 years ago, John Dewey said education is not a preparation for life. Education is life itself. We all echo that. I've come through a system that luckily education from where I come from has given me many, many things that I wouldn't have had without it. So we have to ensure in this movement that it is inclusive, and I think what we're trying to get to is that there's equity and everybody, you know, there's the ability for everybody to learn. I think one of the things that we did actually that I'm very proud of at the college, and actually, do you know what, the Sheffield region, because I'm not actually I don't live in Sheffield. I've been there 20 months and I travel there every day to go there. I am from the north originally, but actually to go there, the city is just amazing. So quite quickly they realised that a lot of young people couldn't access, as we've just been through there. Leeds is a very similar demographic, I'd say, to Sheffield. A lot of people couldn't access education. So a lot of the institutions, primary schools, secondary schools, and ourselves at the college came together. And just to make sure that everybody could still have some sort of learning if they didn't have devices, in excess of 5,000 people, we worked with a group of schools through Learn Sheffield to put on a learning manual that went out to all the students that unfortunately couldn't access through remote learning, just so everybody had some access to education through since lockdown, which I think was a really powerful thing.
And so, Rebecca, if I can come to you, you know, how should assessments change? And also, you know, I think in a sense, many educators probably know some of the ways that they feel assessment should change and know the students better. But what do you think are the strategies that might work to actually amplify some of those strategies to a point where we feel that we can kind of see that change?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think the ways for me that assessment should change very much build on the whole theme of this morning, is in the power of us, and particularly in the power of students. So something we're really trying to do is work with our staff and our students to provide more opportunities for them to demonstrate their learning, their new knowledge, their new skills in ways that are comfortable for them and that will help them demonstrate those skills and the knowledge they need for their future careers, which will be digital. So if that's through video, if that's through audio, if that's through collaborative virtual projects with employers or other curriculum areas or anyone outside or within the college, that's kind of something we're really quite passionate about. So I think providing more than just what a qualification's asking for, giving learners opportunities to demonstrate their knowledge, their understanding, their new skills in ways that work for them, particularly in an increased digital environment, is in the way that they're going to work in the future, is just vital, really. But I think the ethos of it is the power's with them. Help us help you demonstrate what you've learned, what you've known, and bring out the absolute best in you, because we can then help you get to your next step. I think that the assessments of the past that have been so limited for some students, that have been exclusive for some students to be able to access, need to stay a thing of the past.
And that's a really interesting point, Rebecca, because we talk a lot about kind of, and there was a question that we didn't manage to fit in for David Price just before. And the question was, how do, you know, we're looking at jobs that haven't even been created yet. How do we encourage students to know that? Do you feel that there needs to be more input from industry to be advising colleges or feeding into that assessment? What ways do you envisage that kind of working?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I know just locally, and I'm sure this happens everywhere, FE are trying their best to engage with employers in meaningful ways that go beyond kind of guest speaking slots and, you know, kind of things of the past. I know lots of people have got employer academies set up, lots of different level partnerships. We've gone down a very similar route because our conversations with employers, we want to start about the curriculum and about our communities and about how those two things need to come together. I think for us, we're in an area that we have lots of SMEs rather than large corporates. So time and capacity is something for them, but working through lockdown with them has actually made that connection easier because they are remote, they are small, they're able to do more digitally with us. And that's been really quite powerful. So engaging employers early, providing lots of opportunity for them to engage with you in any which way that they can. But like I think David and people were talking about earlier, making it relevant to your community and the opportunities that are going to be available to your learners, the genuine career path is vital, really.
And that is, yeah, it's about something genuine, because we want to close that gap. I tell you, I've been a manager before of people who've just left universities, and some of them are not actually equipped to enter the workforce and with all of the relevant skills. And so in terms of that, Angela, just really thinking, what do you think learners want? Because they are not always aware of all the gaps in that sense. How do you think, or what do you think are educators' part to play in helping to educate learners in the things they should be looking out for and looking forward to, if that makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are so many things that have come up, haven't there, through the discussion in terms of those wider stakeholders that we need to engage in this. Parents for us have been a factor for some of our learners in terms of, because those particularly learners with educational healthcare plans who invariably would have a learning support assistant working alongside them, and then so we're kind of working with parents to try and upskill parents' digital skills. I think one of the key things for us, and it's right in terms of employers or those stakeholders as well, schools. So what are schools doing? How are we, when students come to us with different levels of skills? And so one of the key things that we've developed, and actually it will encompass the digital framework as well, is a skills, an initial skills audit. Where are they at? What are they bringing into the college? And that encompasses all learners, so not just our 16 to 18s, but university student, adult learners particularly, in terms of looking at where are they at, and trying to bring them on board. So it's really about those skills, initial kind of a skills audit, I suppose, in some ways, and then looking at how we meet those gaps, whilst at the same time talking to employees in terms of what do they need currently, where do they see things moving forwards in the future. And I think one of the key things for us is about, I think one of the great things that's come out of this is what learners will, and it's what Rebecca and Stephen were saying, is that learners will get to kind of dictate the space where they learn, the pace at which they learn. They'll have more choices. And we need to really understand how that will work for them. And that's through asking them. And one of the things that came through Student Council, I'll just plug, sorry, I didn't put my power switch on the laptop. Battery was just about to go. That's not helpful, is it? One of the key things that came back through Student Council was we were at the start of this process very much thought about, well, if students have a timetable, let's stick to the timetable through remote learning. And actually one of the key elements of feedback that came through was, well, it's really difficult because when they're in college, they go to the classroom, the teacher's there. At home, like Stephen said earlier, there might be 500 people might share a bedroom with, siblings, and actually don't have those spaces. So I think it's understanding the lived reality of learners and being flexible and building in that flexibility whilst upskilling them and those wider stakeholders so that we can keep moving this forward. Because that digital poverty is, it's a reality. And in order to be able to get that social mobility and to move people forward in the way that we want to, we've got to address that. And I think now we know how quickly we can move and how brave and bold we can be, then there's no reason not to keep kind of pushing that forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you.
Sorry, can I jump in? I know there's a lag, and I want to pick up on a question that Neil King's asked, but also link back to that the assessment and also some questions in the chat as well. So schools struggle with the development and giving learners the right skills because of investment and obviously, but I think there needs to be an empowerment of staff and making it a priority. And coming back to Neil's question, traditional exams should have been dead many, many years ago. They were built in the 1700s based on a system to basically cram people in to test their knowledge in an environment where they could do it en masse. How often in our roles, and everybody listening, do we sit in an exam, don't talk to anybody when we don't know an answer, and have to regurgitate information? That's not what I do in my job. What I do is I collaborate, I communicate, I research. I actually start to think about if somebody asks me a question, the whole why behind it and everything else. We do not do that in exams. I think exams need to go. They are not fit for purpose. And actually, it needs because you work with teachers and say, well, actually, we're going to use technology or we're going to use a different traditional method. It goes back to the fact that the students have to sit there and handwrite an exam. But actually, the end point is, if that's the end point, we need to shift the end point so we can focus on actually the development of students. The government need to take it. But the problem is it's being led by people that are of a certain age and of a certain generation, and apologies if you fall into that category, by one individual. I saw it on the news where somebody said, well, yeah, I think exams are great because I liked exams at school. That's one person's opinion of what when they went to school 40 years ago, and actually that's still leading the exam and the assessment boards in this country. What is going on? And I think we've got absolutely hundreds of people on this call. We need to start to then think at ground level, how can we change that? The government might not change it, but we can then start to enforce that by using student power and our voice in FE and HE to be taken seriously. And I think it has to be done. Sorry, I'm going to jump off my soapbox and mute myself.
Well, now you've completely disrupted my train of thought. I didn't even know where I was. Anyone else got any thoughts on exams? Anyone else got any thoughts on exams?
Yeah, can it was actually, I noted it down when about assessment, the original bit that was being spoke about. I just want to mention something that for me's come out of well, this has been around for a few years, but I think certainly over the last few months, the one thing I've been a little bit disappointed with is the fact that there seems to be two camps. There seems to be an evidence-based research camp, and you're either in that or you're in an education technology camp. And it got to the point a few weeks ago, I actually wrote an article on this and for FE News, because it really doesn't need to be like that, and people in both camps should know a little bit better. And I just wanted to talk about assessment and explain why. So if we take assessment, which we know is huge in education, we know probably it's had the most research on, it's told us it's one of the key drivers to improving learning over a prolonged period of time. You can go back to the 90s, Kluger and Denisi, all the work from Paul Black, Dylan William, etc., John Hattie, all this work around research around what assessment is. I want to focus on assessment for learning, right, which teachers use to inform how they then deliver in the future. So if we take all the evidence on that, and there is a stat load of it, there's absolutely loads on it. If you then apply that to education technology, well, education technology means that teachers and educators can create quizzes, they can create forms, they can create basic recall questions, they can create more advanced things to check, deeper level knowledge, elaboration techniques, etc. All those things mean assessment for learning is far easier to do. And my point is that, in terms of assessment, EdTech improves it. It saves time because you don't have to keep typing up questions, etc. It's all done for you. You can then release questions at different times. You can release it 3 months down the line. Guess what? You can interleave and distribute practice, which again, we're told from all the cognitive psychologists is the most important thing in terms of long-term learning. So I think one of the most disappointing things is this evidence versus EdTech isn't needed. EdTech actually is in line with evidence-based research. And some of the examples I've just given there show that actually, from a teacher's point of view, if you can use education technology correctly, your practice, again, will improve, and students will 100%, in line with the literature and the evidence, learn better. And that's the key.
So if I can come back to you, Rebecca, how should education learn? What is it that education is taking away from all of these discussions, all of these kind of things that we're talking about?
For me, I think there's been two really good points, one from Stephen and one from Angela, out of this particular conversation, which has been, one, the pace at which we can move. I think before, especially as large merged colleges, pace has always been a frustration and something that's taken lots of debate and discussion, when actually I think what we've all demonstrated as a sector over the last 12 weeks is, when we've got a job to do, we can do it really well, and we get on with it, and we're allowed to just get on with it, and we do the absolute best for our learners and our staff as well. So I think as an education sector, we need to learn about pace and say, yeah, let's keep doing the right thing, remove the barriers, let's just get on with it. And I think, as Stephen's just really well articulated there about EdTech and evidence-based research and this dialogue that goes on between the two, it improves, we work together. Collaboration is key. It's what we need to do going forward, and EdTech will hit the pace marker as well for us. We can move quicker, we can move faster, we can do amazing things like today and have hundreds of people talking and sharing practice without traveling hundreds of miles and all the rest of it. We can do these great things. We can apply that to learning and teaching. And so for me, pace and collaboration and tech are the things we've got to harness to move forwards.
And Angela, how do we make sure as we do this that we really are bringing everybody with us? We know about the inequalities in education, we know about the gender, ethnic, disability, you know, all of those kind of inequalities. How do we make sure that everyone comes along? Because that's the whole aim of this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's kind of, you know, in terms of what Rebecca was saying as well, and I completely agree, we've got that momentum, and I think it is about taking, as you say, understanding, listening to our learner voice, using that as a real power to drive things. So not just us as, you know, professionals saying this work, but actually using the learners and using our employers, using those people that kind of support those progression opportunities, and kind of looking at it from that holistic perspective. So whilst that there's a curriculum journey that this learner is going on for this period of time, actually this is fundamental to everything else that they will do going forwards. And the more we can capture that learner voice, and I think that for, you know, and I said that at the start, I think for us that's really been the key thing. What is our learner voice in here? What are they telling us? What is their experience? And using all of that energy and motivation and drive that we have, and taking that knowledge that they will give us, and using that as the real power to move things forward for them and for those wider stakeholders. So I think for me, learners and employers are going to be key to be able to drive forward and to make the changes that we would like to see. I think, you know, it's easy to keep going with the way things have been done in the past, but we can't do that anymore. And you know, the phrase has been said quite a lot, isn't it? The genie is out of the bottle, and they're going to struggle to push it back in. So I think we keep championing what we're doing, and as I say, get on board with those wider stakeholders and use their voice as well.
Because do you think that actually now learners are going to want to have a louder say? Because through this time, they've probably had a bit more of a say than they used to in the way that things actually go, because they're not with you in the building. Do you think that their voice will become increasingly important? And how would you like to see that used in terms of messaging to government, let's say?
Yeah, I think because the future has changed, hasn't it? It's fundamentally different than what it was. So for these learners, whatever age group that they're in, they're looking on a future that actually has changed. Maybe they may have changed their career decisions, but actually, you know, what sectors are going to be impacted, and there are lots of uncertainties there. And I think using that in order to drive that change, and it's about colleges collaborating, events such as this, it's about us working together in order to move those things. So, you know, using, and governors as well, we've done a lot of work in terms of talking to our governors about what we've been doing in terms of moving things forward digitally, and keeping those real leadership teams kind of involved in that conversation, but hearing from the learners about their experience. And so actually using those 2 points of leverage that we've got in order to keep moving this forward is in the way that we need to.
And Rebecca, you know, how do we kind of talking about governors? I think a lot of the conversation coming from outside of education myself, I see, you know, we talk about the stakeholder groups kind of within education. How do we engage people like me, general public, to actually push your aims forward? Because we know that most change comes not because necessarily one group of people kind of jump up and down, but because a lot of other people get behind them. How would you like to see this message communicated to general public?
I think David mentioned it earlier, and he said ask. You know, I think general public often hear news stories and see updates about education, whether it be schools, colleges, universities, and everyone has an opinion. They've all been there, they've all been involved, or they've got family and friends still in that sector. So I think we have to find ways to engage, to ask the question, and do that kind of in our local communities as well as on a larger national scale. I think, like Angela said, using the voice of our learners to get into those communities, to talk to their networks of family and friends and wider employers and stakeholders to say, this is what we think, this is what we're experiencing, what do you think, what do you think we need? I think there's so many ways to do it as well now. Social media, events like today, you know, there's so many opportunities to get a lot of feedback very quickly. It's just giving the students, and maybe ourselves as educators sometimes, the confidence to ask the question. It's scary. Everybody has an opinion. So you've got to be willing to listen and then kind of harness that in a way that's going to be meaningful to support the change that you need.
And kind of before I just go to this next question that's on the screen, if you could read that, I guess my question is to all of you. Do you think that sometimes educators do get defensive when kind of you get the influx of you should be doing this and you should be doing that? And how do we kind of make sure that these are constructive conversations as you open up the gates? Because I can only imagine it can be quite discouraging when you're trying your best and people don't quite get what you're doing. How do we have these conversations constructively? For anyone?
Yeah, well, what I was going to say just very briefly was, in that respect, it's that mantra, isn't it, that we're always, as educators, we're constantly asserting the power of feedback and how important feedback is and how important it is to listen to feedback and to see that as an opportunity to progress. And I think that's, if we embrace that ethos, and as long as that is always there and we are learning, and you're right, the amount of work that has gone in across all colleges in terms of getting ready for lockdown, and when if students, learners feedback and say, well, actually this isn't working, it's just listening to that and thinking, well, actually now we're empowered to make new decisions and to improve things, and it's just taking it at that level all the time. It is, there are sometimes things that are hard to hear, but we need to hear them.
Probably a very good mantra for life altogether. Most of the things that are hard to hear and things that we need to hear the most. So I've got a question here from Lawrence Fletcher, and he wants to know, what are the panel's views, experience on synchronous versus asynchronous online learning in practice? If I could just get a quick answer from all of you. My screen goes with kind of Stephen first, and then Angela, Rebecca, and then Steve.
Yeah, very quickly, so it gives everybody a chance to answer. I think any method, any technique, however we want to define it, it's all about the implementation, isn't it? And how you then use it, and whether, how you then reflect on it. And it links to the point that you just made. We trust teachers. It's as simple as that. We trust them. They're professionals. They do some brilliant things. And as long as they reflect, so using synchronous, asynchronous, as long as they're reflecting on what's worked, why it's worked, then that's great, because you actually might think, oh, well, synchronous learning is fantastic for this, but I need asynchronous learning for this. Oh, that's worked really well. And do you know what? It works for this group, but it doesn't work for that group. So I know it's all about trusting teachers and reflecting. And both of those two things there fall into that category for me.
Yeah, I would agree. It's a key question that actually we've been asking our learners, and that's one of the key elements that we're looking at. And I think it's exactly like Stephen said, it's different levels, different learners will respond differently, and I think it's having that flexibility.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's about knowing the staff, knowing the learners, what works for different groups, different levels, how people want to learn and engage with material. And as Stephen said, it's trusting the staff to reflect and, adopt the approach that will work for their groups.
Steve?
Yeah, I think we've all been on a call this morning and we're live streaming. How tiring is it? Imagine teaching all of your lessons synchronously and completely at live. I think maybe it's an unrealistic expectation. If teachers want to do that, give them the autonomy to do it. But I think synchronous should maybe be tackling misconceptions in small groups or whole groups and doing feedback, and also the social element that they're missing in education and being in the building, bringing those groups together to just communicate, collaborate, kind of like just a bit of a playground in the and obviously the break times where they can just share their ideas and support each other, and then asynchronous, preparing students, staff to have the school, the confidence, the training, the mentorship and the coaching to be able to do that and drive it forward.
And as time is coming to an end, I feel like the time has absolutely flown by, and thank you for people who put questions on, and we're about to come up to our break. So the last question to all of our panel, and just a couple of sentences from each of you. What do you think September 2020 looks like, and what do we think September 2025 will look like? I think I got those numbers correct. So just a quick sentence from everyone on what they think that looks like. September 2021 it was, and 25.
Exciting, innovative, and lots of fun. I'll finish with that.
I wanted to say
Rebecca?
5 hoverboards, but I won't.
Oh, amazing.
I fell off a Segway yesterday, so I'm not recommending any of that kind of action.
Imagine trying to teach on a hoverboard.
Truly
That's
epic.
what September's going to look like at Sheffield College now. Thanks for the ideas. I'm going to claim them as my own. Brilliant. The Chromebooks are gone. The hoverboards are coming in.
Yeah, all the way.
Don't go over water.
Rebecca, what do you envisage?
Yeah, I would build on that. I'd say exciting, collaborative, and kind of and quick. I think things will speed up.
Steve?
100%. Colleges and universities need to work together. I say it all the time, but we're not Premier League football teams competing against each other to win the title. We should be doing the best for our learners, and I think we all need to come together to collaborate and do the best, and just forget all the barriers and everything that's gone forward. And I think the students are showing us how to do it, so we need to start to collaborate and talk to each other more. So just follow their lead, I think.
Amazing. Well, thank you all so much for contributing to this panel. I'm sure there'll be more questions, and hopefully our amazing panel will be able to dive in and answer some of those questions through the lunchtime. So we are about to have a break for half an hour. It is half an hour still, right? I think so. It's half an hour. Is that correct, Steve?
Yep, it is indeed. Sorry, I'm a lag. I had my thumb up, but it was probably 5 minutes after the question.
Sorry. So yeah, we have half an hour break. So we can't wait to see you back then. We are going to hear from Khawar Hameed on decoding digital. Now that is a theme that has come up consistently through the morning. The DNA of future education. That's going to be a keynote and then a Q&A. So we're really looking forward to seeing you back at 12 o'clock. And is there anything else we have forgotten to say?
No, enjoy the sun. Please come back. And
Not
yeah,
too much. Enjoy the sun too much. You don't want to come back. Don't nap in the sun. Just out the window.
See you soon.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back.
Well, that's my line. That's my line. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We hope you managed to have a good break. We're really pleased that you could be back with us.
Yeah, don't forget, if you want to find out what's coming up for the rest of the day, you can find out the schedule at normal.edufuturist.com/schedule. And don't forget, later on, David Jones OBE, who will be in our last panel, will be launching his brand new report, New Next or Never Normal, and the lessons that we can learn from COVID.
Now, I wanted just to reflect a few of the comments that we've seen in the chat. Some great comments coming after the last roundtable discussion. Susan Carricker said, I think COVID-19 has exposed the system. They couldn't block the students' access to EdTech. Now students are reconsidering the value of the degree that excludes technology. Hope this crisis forces change. It is long overdue.
Yeah, totally agree. It's really exciting that to think around the idea that we've talked about pedagogy, we've talked about exams, we've talked about assessment, and now we're actually thinking that this level of equity and the importance of that is really important. On another note, I know that we talked about, and a lot of the evidence here and the conversations has been around, not evidence, some of the conversations have been around exams not working, but there's a great comment from Tony Broad, who says that exams work if you give them 3 attempts. And this is I really like this comment, actually, where a student learns from the incorrect answers, they find out themselves what they're unsure of, and then they identify gaps in their own knowledge, and then they have another go. So it's not that exams in themselves are wrong, it's exams just as a terminal endpoint. And that was really lovely to hear. Thanks for that comment, Tony.
And then we had one from Jo Fletcher Saxon, and she said there's been much tech support for young students, but much less for adult education. And that's an interesting viewpoint that's also shared.
Yeah, Sarah Newton said we do have to be careful as well that because technology doesn't suit all, and we absolutely agree with that. If any of those people who have been listening to our podcast for any length of time will know that we've said that technology is just one tool in a armory that teachers have. So yeah, absolutely agree where we are there. And
the final comment from Wayne Hall, he says, we need to fight for change, but it needs to come from Ofqual, the DFE and Ofsted too. So in favour of change, but with a joint approach, which will be the best way for it to happen well for all. Absolutely. So yeah, the thread of today, we really want to challenge where we are in the world at the moment. Obviously, we know that COVID changed the world of education, and we're asking the question of whether we want to go back to that. Do we want to go back to pre-COVID, or do we want to do something different? And one of the ways that we're going to look at that is we're going to be looking around some of the ideas around digital and decoding the myths around that. And we're excited today to be joined by Professor Khawar Hameed, who is going to be presenting our second keynote. And do you know what? We never, ever, Janelle, I want you to know that we as EduFuturists never, ever run on time. We are horrendous at running on time. And we're actually early today. So, Matt, you must be a good influence on us. Absolutely, military precision. The news does not start at 6:01 in the evening. It starts dead on 6. This is like, I'm all about that. So we have got Professor Khawar Hameed with us today. The title of his presentation is Decoding Digital, the DNA of Future Education. So if you've got any questions that you want to put to Khawar that we'll put to him after this, put them in the chat. And then after this, we'll be hosting presentations from some wonderful guys at Google and at JISC, looking around these ideas of digital, decoding that, and safeguarding as well. So without further ado, we are pleased to be joined by Professor Khawar Hameed.
Okay, thank you very much, EduFuturist team, and hello to all the delegates out there from around the world, in fact. I'll start off with the obligatory question. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, so first of all, I'm very pleased to be here with you, in fact, today. I think this is a very, very timely conference. So I certainly commend the organizer, C-Learning, EduFuturist, and WCG. Now, just reflecting on my phraseology, it's good to be here with you. Am I really here with you? You know, you're there, I'm here. And actually, this is the thrust of my presentation. It's about telepresence, so projecting presence from afar and in context of teaching, learning, and the infrastructural entity of education. So hopefully, this will take around 15 to 20 minutes, and I'm sure the EduFuturist teams will give me the signal as and when needed. So my talk is about decoding digital and the DNA of future education. So there's 4 elements I'll be talking through. One is change. So the last 3 months I've seen a real systemic change on an unprecedented scale. I'll be giving some definitions of digital. These are not technical definitions. These are more broader because digital diffuses and permeates through entire ecosystems and sectors. It's not just about the technology. In fact, the human-centric element emerges as one of the crucial aspects of digital in the future. I'll be framing this through decoding digital. What does it really mean beyond the technology? And I'll be talking about this in an educational context. And then finally, I'll be looking at how do we frame this or rethink and reframe digital and learning for future education. And this is a very exciting area. It's where we can all contribute. And I can see from some of the comments this morning about co-creation, the community of practice and working together. And we have a brilliant window of opportunity for doing that. Okay, so unprecedented change. And I think we can use the word unprecedented. If we reflect on the evolution of education, then we've not really seen change like this before. So literally, in a matter of days, we've seen really the flick of a switch where we've seen the alteration of the state. The state of what? Well, the state of education as an institute at a macro level, but also alteration of how people function at an individual level. So it spans the spectrum of engagement. The process of alteration is still happening. In fact, it hasn't completed and it won't complete. So this is a fundamental move from how we normally engage in the process of education and how we are now factoring in telepresence as an integral element of delivery. So this is all about systemic adaptation and stability. And we haven't reached that point of stability, and it's in response to shock, just like environmental shock, like hurricanes, earthquakes, disasters, and the impact of war. So shock is a term which is used there. And actually what we've seen is the impact of the COVID-19 shock. And the adaptation and the stability is, in this case, to do with the educational infrastructure, the technology which is being deployed in response to that shock. We've all suddenly gone online. We've all become digital savvy, or we are trying to become digital savvy. And of course, the impact on the human-centric element, the learners out there. Now, we're known for being agile in education, aren't we? I'll just pause there for you to think. Yeah, tongue-in-cheek question. So actually, we're not that agile, realistically speaking. It can take days, weeks, months, and years. In fact, if you look at how we architecture the learning process and quinquennial reviews, for example, in universities, they happen only every 5 years. Isn't that amazing? We've suddenly switched, like the flick of a switch, and we've had a rapid response. This demonstrates 2 things. First and foremost, we can do it. Secondly, why haven't we done it before? Well, actually, my view is this change was going to happen anyway. COVID has just brought it forward quite rapidly. And if we look at the evolution of educational technology and how we've embedded this, the writing was on the wall. And the evolution started many, many years ago, 2 or 3 decades ago, in fact, regarding technology integration. Now, a couple of visuals here. The first visual with the crayons up to the chatbot on the right-hand side. We have a continuum of educational technology intervention. I couldn't resist putting an image of an OHP in here. Can you raise your hand if you remember OHPs? This now defunct technology, I hope, which you find lying underneath desks. So if you sat underneath a desk, or you go into an office and your foot hits something, it's probably one of those. But actually, my journey in education started in the very early 90s, about 91, and we used chalk and board, and we had these monstrous machines called OHPs, and the acetates or the slides we used to write on. So that actually is a form of really, really primitive educational technology. On the other end of the spectrum now, we're seeing AI and chatbots intelligently acting as agents in the end-to-end delivery of education. Now, the question that might be going through your mind is, okay, so what will happen to the educator if we have intelligent agents as an intervening agency? We went through the phase of VLEs, and it's around that time we started to see more systemic coordination, or an attempt for systemic coordination in education. And again, I think originally the use of VLEs was nothing more than a repository for information rather than dynamic interaction with the learner as part of a altered dynamic learning process. Now, there's many, many different forms of technologies I could have included here, but that's the continuum. So whether it's VR, MR, merged realities, whether it's smartphones, smart tablets, the spectrum's out there. Now, the second diagram here is also equally important, because in the early days of technology intervention, typically we had champions in institutions with point-specific intervention. So a bright spark who perhaps wanted to do something, but was doing that in isolation. So it wasn't organization-wide. So we have innovators here who have always been in education and have tried to force change in education organically. On the right-hand side of this continuum, we then have transformative impact, which is from the top down. It's organization-wide, and in this case, the concept and the practice of digital runs deep throughout the entire organization, affecting culture and practice and the end-to-end engineering and delivery of education. So actually, change is the constant. We have a continuum. It will continue. And as educators, the challenge we have always faced is the extent to which we accommodate this change effectively in the delivery of education to achieve effective learning outcomes. And that's really crucial, learning outcomes. Okay, so what do we mean by digital? Well, there are lots and lots of technical definitions of digital, and I'm not going to talk about those. The way I describe digital, it's a force, it's a transformative and mainly positive force, which permeates through all aspects of life, personal, social, commercial. We don't go through any day without interaction with digital in some shape or form. So it's here, it's going to stay, and the diffusion will become deeper. And it yields all different forms of ecosystems, supply chains, value chains, new products and services, service innovations as a result, and growth opportunities, and also opportunities for cross-sector collaboration. Now, all of this is directly applicable to the business of education. So we can adopt all of the values or the affordance of digital to start to alter the state of education, future-proof it even in the hyper-connected digital future. And crucially, it changes human infrastructure engagement. And you know, the evidence is facing us right now. Your students are not on campus, they're not on site. So fundamentally, the alteration of their engagement with the infrastructure is extremely clear. Okay, so when we talk about digital, we have a number of core technologies which are driving the engine. And again, each one of these is probably the subject of at least 1 hour's worth of a talk. But 5G, for example, enables low latency, high speed connections in the environment around us. So how can that be used in future learning? Because we learn from the environment around us. The learner can be connected anytime, any place. We've got the principle of and practice of cloud computing, which allows access to data, again, anytime, any place. And we've got the aspect of AI, which is creeping in education in quite significant ways as well. And of course, the data, and data is crucial here. But in order to generate the data, you have to have some form of codification of the learning process. And that's important because how will we measure learning in the future? I'll say a little bit more about KPIs, student satisfaction surveys, etc., and league tables in a few minutes. But we have to think about codification and measuring value. Okay, so I'm now going to introduce you to my niece, in fact, and this video was taken when she was 2 years old. So turn your volume up, and it's a 10-second video clip. And I want you to listen carefully to what Amila is saying, because Amila's your student tomorrow. Okay. Okay, I hope you all heard that. So that might have seemed like a novelty. We've got Amila, 2.5 years old, clearly trying to talk to Alexa. But here's the thing. We've got a human being who's yet incapable of engaging in human language, yet she's trying to engage with a device. And that's quite deep, actually, because by the time she's 16 or 18 or 21, a young adult, what language will she be speaking? And I don't just mean in literal textual terms on the elements of the language. I mean the infrastructural aspects of the language. You know, what will she be talking with? What kind of devices? Will it be you? Will it be agents acting on your behalf as educators? So interaction is absolutely crucial here. We are interacting through screens at the moment and keyboards and other forms of devices which enable virtual presence. Crucially, what will she know? So we have this ecosystem, this ether of digital around us, and we have the student at the center, absorbing lots and lots of information, filtering all of this information. So what will she know? Because we all work in the knowledge economy. That's why we are educators. And crucially, what 21st century competencies will she actually have? Now, we hear about digital skills, but actually digital skills are part of capability and competencies. So the World Economic Forum, for example, has talked about 21st century skills, curiosity, inquisition, that kind of thing, because that's what will be important in the future. So digital provides an alteration of learning. So the question is, what do we now have to convey in terms of capability through that new digital ecosystem? Also, how will she be work ready? Now, why do we educate? It's because we want to produce work ready graduates. So how will she be work ready and employable if the language is changing, the interaction with the educational system is changing, and what kind of career will she be going into? And we do hear about future jobs. That's actually quite true. So it's a responsibility of educators to take a step back and understand the competencies which are needed in that hyper-connected future. So my question is, what role will you play in Amila's education? How will your process of education be re-architected so it's fit for purpose for that student? Now, tomorrow is closer than you think. I took this photograph probably 4 years ago, and these were my students waiting for a class. So I was late, they were there before me, very keen students. And look at them, heads down. What are they actually doing? And interestingly, they're in a place of learning, but they're probably not learning right now. They're probably doing other things. So let's reverse that concept. Let's take them out of the learning place, so out of the institution. That probably means they can access learning content. So it's a simple reverse of logic there. And actually we see that. We see learning beyond place, beyond infrastructure, yet we see the retention of engagement with the learning process. I know you won't be able to see the details on this visual, but this is called the conversation prism. So when they're looking at screens, actually what they're engaging in is a whole range of conversations and systems and agents and entities and data and information which they're absorbing. That's a good thing and it's a bad thing. It's a double-edged sword in terms of assimilation and assimilation of the right kind of knowledge, skills, and capability. So are you part of that? Because if education will be through screens and it goes beyond the borders of the infrastructure, then that has to be accommodated. So on that point, I just want to talk about decoding digital and what that means in real terms beyond technology. So the visual on the right, something which looks like a polo, you know, the sweets polo with the blue dots in there. This represents the physical construct of education. It's the institution, it's the bricks and mortar. And this has a spatial pull. This is why students go to college, they go to university, go being the operative word here. And this starts, and it happens right from application, right from where students choose which college or university they want to go to. So there's a gravitational pull and a magnetism to the campus. And what goes with that are flows. So we have flows which go to that particular space. The blue dots, by the way, represent the elements or the entities which make the educational system work. So what we have here then is a spatial context which literally exists in real forms, and students go to college and university. We have a temporal context, which means things happen at a particular time. It's not a coincidence that students arrive for class at 9 o'clock AM on a Monday morning. That's engineered. It's a synchronization of what we call clock time. It's clock time because we all understand it. This is why we are all here right now at clock time. So we have this concept and practice of space and time, so spatial and temporal, and this gives us the composite of the dynamics of learning. This is the magic we see happen on campus. This is the magic of learning. It all happens on site. And ownership and control is important here, because think about who owns the time, who owns the space, who owns the process of learning. I'm very quickly going to flick that now. So I've altered the diagram. Notice now the gray concentric circle is blank. There's nothing in it. The blue dots, which represent the elements of learning, so everything which happens in the learning process, no longer exists in that one space. They are projected outwards. So we have this orange concentric circle now, which is the digital ether. And there's lots of interesting issues that can be discussed here. So we have the outward projection, but the spatial and the temporal context is fundamentally altered. Students are no longer going to university or college. Actually, learning is coming to them. So we have the digital ether, the channel through which learning content is now being distributed. What happens to the composite dynamics though? You know, the magic which happens on campus. Where does that magic happen now? So the human-centric aspect, the cultural elements, the behavioral aspects, can they exist in an altered form? And that's a debate which I think the educational community needs to have. Ownership and control fundamentally changes because you no longer own the time. Students can choose when they want to learn. So we go from clock time to qualitative time and the trade-off between units of time. So by being here today, it's highly likely you've actually traded a unit of time. You maybe have put something on the shelf and you'll come back to that in order to be here. That doesn't happen on campus. Classes exist at a particular time. You have to be there. So control changes fundamentally. So an entire rethinking and a reframing is needed of education. Okay, about 3 more visuals and we're done, just to assure the EduFuturist team who are working behind the scenes there. So the DNA of future education, the digital DNA, there's a number of aspects. Each one of these is a talk in itself, but we have the spatial and temporal concept, how we alter the infrastructural elements of education, the external insights of the technology. Again, that goes back to communications, AI, data, the core engine. We have to bring pedagogy into the equation. So that might be externally driven, so JISC Digital and some of the brilliant work which they're doing. There may be institutional learning and teaching styles or pedagogies. And we've got the elements on the right, which are the pragmatics, and leadership is absolutely crucial. Leadership and vision will drive the agenda forward. It has to. It has to be a coordinated approach. And the green in the middle is where it all comes together. This is where we harmonize. And I call this the affordance of digital. It's about access and accessibility, efficiency, flexibility, connectedness, the principle of being connected, not just in technical terms, but in that orange concentric circle, in digital social terms. It's about ownership, productivity. It's all about learning. Okay, so what do you re-architect? There's many different dimensions here. So on this visual, I've included pedagogy and student experience, which is quite broad. But where are you on this spectrum? What do you want to re-architect in context of digital? We have oceans of red and oceans of blue. So the red represents what most colleges are doing. It's saturated. And this diagram was produced about 9 years ago by some work undertaken by Plymouth and Teesside. It's congested space. Now, I've added a green circle there called digital, and this is open space. It's blue oceans, they're clear. So who's going to be first to market in terms of capitalizing effective digital delivery of education? Because there are competitive forces there. There's around 165 universities in the UK, around 300 colleges, I believe. So we have to re-engineer another form of gravitational force. You probably want to be in the top right quadrant here, Digerati or winners, those who have cracked the puzzle, those who have produced a solution, and those who are ahead of the field in their digital delivery. Where you don't want to be is the bottom left of this quadrant, the laggards or the losers, who didn't pivot. That's the term we're using. So my two diagrams actually are about pivoting. So those who didn't adapt and adapt in an agile way. You could in the future superimpose things like national student surveys, NSS, and other league table type data on this diagram, and understanding the relationship of impact is actually going to be fertile ground. So how do the Digerati improve their outputs in terms of those facts and stats? Okay, so I've speeded up a little bit there, conscious of time. So summary thoughts. To what extent are we traditionalists? Paradox, I'm here at the EduFuturists events. You're all part of that community, but I'm asking you, to what extent are we really traditionalists in education? How can we embrace change? And as a community of practice, it's actually our responsibility to drive that sector forward. It's a push-pull relationship between technology, human-centric forces, and the business of education. But actually, it's our business and it's our responsibility to drive this forward. We're actually looking through a very, very unique window of opportunity. This is unprecedented. We've not seen this before in education, and we need to react. I think it will be interesting in 12 months' time from now, how the assimilation of what's being learned right now will be captured and presented in the future. Maybe another EduFuturist event in 12 months' time. Now, disruptive change is going to happen. But here's the thing, it's going to move away from learning by attendance to attendant-supported learning. And attendant is a fundamentally different term. It means there will be elements which attend to the needs of the learner wherever that learner is. And that's where the crucial aspect of digital comes into play. And we can't avoid this because there is a democratization of digital. It's out there. We can't control this. The only thing we can do as educationalists is understand and fit in. Okay, so on that note, I'd like to thank you for being here with me today. And I hope you've enjoyed the talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. And I found that really interesting because I always love to know the mechanics behind why are we doing what we're doing. And I think that you unpack some of that really well. We've got a couple of questions, and so I'd just like to go through them. The first question that we had was from the family learning tutor. And I just asked, anyway, family learning tutor. It's many community-based providers still do not have access to technology, and therefore rely on whiteboard or other, or technology access is brought in by tutors. How do we manage to kind of upscale some of the things that you're talking about so that everyone has access to it?
Yeah, I mean, this is a common question, and I think it's sad that we still have this fundamental digital divide, and I think we need to reflect on that landscape. You know, we are a highly developed nation. There are highly developed nations in across the globe. There's been this huge push for communications infrastructure and digital, yet we still have effectively off-grid communities who are on the other side of that digital divide. I think my view here, and I think some reference was made to this elsewhere today, I think we have to come together as a community of educationalists. So universities with further education colleges, but going beyond that, I think we also then have to bring into the equation external agents from the commercial sector. And there's lots of motivating factors for all of these agents. It's a win-win situation where we have the creation of mutual value. It's all about co-creation. And I think, you know, the comment was made, education is a fundamental right. It absolutely is. And I think that's how we need to see education. And it's about social mobility. It's about generating the architects of the future. I think it's a very sad reflection that we have this digital divide.
Agreed. Dr. Peter Shuki, just from down the road from us, has put a really great point in as well, which it's a little bit earlier than this one, I think. He talked about the rhizomatic, and I love that idea of what that means and how that explains. But it says the rhizomatic does not mean no colleges, but different colleges. How we organise and where things happen can be exciting if we allow the input and dialogue of our diverse communities with educators.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, there are techno-political forces at play here, because fundamentally the building of infrastructure provides enabling capability. Without the infrastructure, you can't have distributed offline remote learning. Where investment in infrastructure occurs is a political question. Unfortunately, we're on the receiving end. So I think lobbying is important here. Understanding the power of digital, the power of learning, but then undertaking lobbying to make it inclusive.
And the next question is kind of in the same vein from Liz Pemberton. Hi, Liz. She says she's an early years consultant and educator. How important do you think it is to ensure that children from racially marginalised groups have their teaching and learning adapted?
Yeah, very good question. I think learning and teaching has to be equitable first and foremost. You know, there has to be an even landscape there for all players to engage with. The adaptation, I think, occurs at two different levels. One is the pedagogic adaptation of learning content. Now, this is something that we all engage in. But I think when you start to bring into it elements of harmonizing content, which can be delivered across societies effectively, then I think, you know, other questions of inclusion have to be addressed here in terms of content creation. It's a tough one. I think it's about education of the educators. It's about being sensitive. It's about bringing on board perhaps systemic alteration, and that becomes an embedded component in the creation and the delivery of content. We can't leave it to chance. I've seen things being left to chance, and I think we're at a brilliant stage here where we can harmonize. I won't use the word control, but we can harmonize and we can influence. And I think this is part of the re-architecting, and that's the sensitivities of the content that we create. Safe content, appropriate content, globalized content, and that's absolutely crucial, because, you know, I noticed today we've got people from around the world. You know, this is a global event, and we have to factor in the deeper aspects of globalization and community engagement.
Yeah, agreed. And one of our guests from the panel, the earlier panel on pedagogy, has asked a great question. Stephen Spence, he said, "This is a fantastic talk. We agree. It was wonderful. There was so much insight. It's one of those that I think we're going to have to listen to again and again and again to learn from." He says his question is to follow up on the social aspects that you alluded to. it's come through our student feedback. How do we replicate the social aspects online?
Brilliant question. Thanks for that, Stephen. I don't think you can replicate them. I think in replicating them, you're trying to combine two fundamentally polar opposing things, for want of a better word. We're humans, we're analog, we're emotionally rational, all of that kind of stuff. This is what makes us people. On the other hand, digital is actually underpinned by the finite state machine. We are not machines. So I think the question, can we replicate, is probably reframed perhaps in how can we create a new form of engagement, social engagement. And I don't think there is one particular solution to this question. I think we can learn a lot, by the way, from the digital social community out there. I mean, if you look at the usage of social media platforms, actually, they're really, really good at creating communities. You see, going back to that traditionalist perspective, how do we create communities on campus? We get them together. We have freshers weeks or freshers events. We have clubs and we have societies. Now, physically, you can't replicate that in a digital ether because it's all virtual. So this now goes back to what are the principles that we're trying to manifest: the principle of communication, the principle of relationships, the principle of dialogue, the principle of culture, the principle of the sense of being there. So I think if we focus on the principles, we can be very, very innovative in employing the technology to manifest those principles.
Can I just jump in before you go in, Janelle? There's another thing that's just come up really quickly, and I know that we haven't picked this one up. There's a great quote, comment that's coming from our good friend Patrick McGrath from TextHelp, just coming at 12:35, and he said, "Universal design for learning has to be front and center going forward. Equity of access is not just about technology. It's about access to learning." And I know that the great work that TextHelp do around accessibility and the tools for everybody accessing learning isn't just about technology, is it? And I think that was evident from what you talked about as well, Professor Khawar.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, again, it's all about equitable access, and access can mean different things. So yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I'm totally on board with that.
Great, thank you so much. And there's been loads of comments in the chat box, and I'm sure that Professor Khawar will take a bit of a dive into the comments and maybe answer some of them more fully there, because we're coming up to our next break. Really enjoyed that. Great comments too. Just a couple of things to mention. We're going to have a break until 12:45, a little comfort break. And then just to remind you that at 2:30, so a bit on from now, we've got David Jones OBE report that is launching at 2:30. And that is going to cover a lot of the themes that we've already heard about today in greater detail. And we'd also love you to, before the break, we have one more poll, which we didn't mention earlier. And so what we are going to be asking you, and I'm trying to find it on my phone, sorry, is what do you miss the most from being at college and university with your colleagues and with your students? Is it human contact? Is it wearing work clothes? Is it canteen food? Or is it something else in the comments? Now, I saw a great meme yesterday that said, we're not working from home, we're living at work. So because we're all living at work, we'll leave you to your 5-minute break, and we'll see you back at 12:45 for the next session.
Welcome back, everybody.
I literally managed to get a few sips of water, check my WhatsApp, Instagram DMs, Twitter DMs. Obviously, I'm not popular. I did all of that in 5 minutes. So, yeah.
Well, I managed to do all that and make sure that my dog's okay next door. So if you're not doing that.
Well, really interesting session. And there's been so many great comments about that session whilst we're waiting. And yeah, someone just said, so that learning with technology becomes just learning. And I think that's great.
That's it. That's amazing. We put a poll on, which was a little bit of fun. I know that we said Janelle loves organised fun. That's what you said, right? You will play Monopoly, children, and you will enjoy it.
But once I start playing, I have to win. I'm very, very, very competitive.
We never pick that up at all. So the results of the poll are in. We asked the question, "What are you missing most about being at college or university?" And overwhelmingly, it's been human contact. No surprise, really. I wondered if it would be canteen food. They make wonderful food in Burnley. But what my favourite comment that's come out here, my favourite comment says, it's from Keely Flather. Sorry if I've said your name incorrectly. It says, "I am still wearing my work clothes even though I'm working from home." I love it. I love the fact that that's
work. We're living at work, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people I went to a divisional review thing the other day, and we had a shirt and tie on and shorts. Because you only need head and shoulders.
Very edgy. So next we have coming up. Ta-da! Is that your line? I feel that's your line.
Is it my line? Sorry. Yeah, it is. We have got next coming up. We've got Matt Tennant, who is a director of corporate services for ICT from Warwickshire College Group. He's going to be joining the stream in a moment and doing a bit of a presentation. And then after that, we've got some other presentations and some discussions as well around this topic. So I'll bring Matt into the stream. Ta-da. Hi, Matt.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fabulous. In true spirit of IT technology, I have just transitioned to a different laptop within the last 2 minutes because the other one crashed as I was waiting to come into the session. Yes, as long as you can hear me and you can see me, I'm ready, and I'll make a start.
Fantastic.
Okay, welcome everybody. I was obviously going to be welcoming you back after lunch if we'd have been at our Rugby College campus, where I'm sure would have enjoyed some various delicacies from the college catering team. I'm sure that would have been nice, and that's going to make everybody probably think of food and be hungry and all that sort of stuff. I'm Matt Tennant, as the guys have already said. I'm the Director of IT Corporate Services here at WCG. I'm responsible for the IT systems and security strategy and implementation and the actual support systems that help support teaching and learning throughout the WCG group. I lead a team of approximately 30 dedicated IT professionals, and we deliver customer-focused IT solutions to our users that they hopefully want to use. And that really is the crux of my presentation today. I'm going to talk for about 15 minutes about viewing security versus usability from your customer and user's perspective, rather than this being sort of revolutionary. This should just be more like good old common sense, which I appreciate is something we're a bit short of sometimes. I'm going to be covering things like the opportunities from coronavirus to improve IT security and IT service management hand in hand, so that student engagement and retention can be increased. The differences between design and delivery of IT systems, what value your IT systems provide now and going forwards, and the opportunity we have to embrace current security requirements whilst improving usability. So, an initial thought. So, the future of further education belongs to agile colleges that are able to adapt to the changing environment in which they operate. Colleges should continue to develop and offer a consumer-like experience with easy access to applications and services through smart, secure, reliable IT systems. You'll see that was written in October 2019 using the mythical crystal ball. Probably a reasonable description of what we'd all like to achieve with our IT systems during the current pandemic. So about a second thought, does that sound like your experience of your college IT systems, either during the pandemic or just in general? Maybe this option sounds more familiar. I will warn you, this is one of 4 Dilbert cartoons in this presentation, so I hope you do like a bit of Dilbert. This describes the traditional version of product or solution defined by technical IT people. He can describe this far better than I can. And ultimately, it ends with the age-old statement from IT of "that's not my problem." So, firstly, I can see an opportunity for an improvement in IT service management following coronavirus. So I think we just need to think about how staff and students interact with the systems we've provided. People have already kind of alluded to this morning, but it's important about how they actually use it, not necessarily what it's designed to do. And they are 2 different things. We need to question the value of what we offer, what the perceived benefits are, the usefulness, the importance of the systems, not necessarily how much they cost. And systems obviously now need to be designed for use at home as well as on campus, with security and usability going hand in hand. So Dilbert's back again, number 2 of 4. So how are we used? So possibly this is the most important question that never really gets asked by IT departments who support the actual users in colleges. Dilbert's example illustrates how IT staff can have an amazing habit of seeking feedback on usage from close colleagues who have their own ideas on how users will actually use the system. They're often over-engineered, leading to users only utilising really about 5% of the system. And for example, most users of Excel can't do formulas, let alone pivot tables, yet we still insist on installing copies of Excel in all our Windows workstations, and they'll need security patching, where access to a web-based spreadsheet application would have been a much simpler and served probably 99% of the users perfectly. IT departments also spend hours securing Windows workstations so that students can't fiddle with the settings, when actually most of the time now students just want to be able to use a web browser so they can Google stuff and watch YouTube. Users may actually just want to be able to access the system on their own device because it's easier. You know, you need to question whether your systems allow access on personal laptops and mobile phones, and if not, why not? And if the answer involves the system's too complicated or a security risk, you really need to ask yourselves why. And you'll probably find that you're now running technology that you think your users want and need, but they don't, because they're not currently using it and they're getting by just fine. They just want to be able to do certain things in the easiest way possible. And for example, some students prefer to write assignments on their mobile phone because they can type faster on that than they can on a keyboard. And they don't care if it's in Word or Google Docs or anything else. They're all just word processors, and they can check spelling and grammar just as well as each other. So, design and experience. Now, these often conflict, leading to issues that simply shouldn't really exist. We've got a classic example on the left. The system designed to prevent vehicle access and slow down and protect pedestrians, but it's clearly easier to just walk round. Now, this could be how your users are seeing your service desk or help desk support provision. They'd rather phone or message a friend in IT with an issue or go through the proper process. And the problem then is that the issues get fixed in isolation, and any security checks in place on the service desk to prove the user is who say they are, they've all been avoided. And then during current lockdown, that friend in IT might have been actually quite difficult to contact, possibly furloughed. So actually the user was forced to use the service desk. And was it a great experience? That's something that certainly me and my team are looking into at the minute. The ketchup bottle is another great example. We've all been there with the knife, trying to scrape out the last bit of ketchup from the bottom of the bottle. But the simple squeezy bottle solves the issue without any impact on the product or the service. Heinz, in this case, would retain their customer, still sell just as much ketchup, but the customer's more satisfied because they've had a better experience. Now, this could be true of your students. If they've got systems that are easy to use and provide a good experience, they're more likely to use them and want to keep using them. And then you've managed to engage them and keep them engaged. We already do this with things like new buildings. So why don't we do it with IT systems? We spend lots of money making sure our buildings look appealing so that people want to come and study with us. We need the same mentality with how IT systems look and work and feel. Current generations will not use IT solutions that are badly designed, just like they won't come to a building that's dingy and drab. Now, this could be particularly pertinent going forwards, because if learning moves 100% online and geographical boundaries and limits no longer really apply, the college that the students choose may well be the one that provides the best experience through its online learning systems. And this is no different to the basic way that lots of students choose their universities. It's based on their perceived experience of why they're going to be there rather than course content. The final example on this slide is the mobile phone, and this one's a bit more interesting because the old Nokia was designed with a long battery life, whereas this was lost when the experience was improved when we moved to smartphones. Now, the smartphone is considerably more popular, as we know, as the lack of battery life is an inconvenience that users are prepared to accept, as well as the fact that smartphone is bigger and actually less portable. This is actually perceived as a benefit by the users, and if the users are actually happy to accept it, why do we try and change and force things to change it to the person's view who designed it? Another good example, quick, of sort of understanding customer and how they use and feature with technology. It's about 12 months ago, I issued a said Nokia phone to a member of staff at WCG, whose line manager had asked her to be given a phone just for phone calls. Now, that member of staff came to collect that phone, and when she saw it, her first genuine question was, what's that, and how the heck do I use it? And I asked her what her first mobile phone was, and she replied an iPhone 4. So rather than understand the actual user requirements, I'd actually relied on someone else's opinion who thought they knew best. And we do that quite a lot with IT systems. Dilbert's back, you'll be pleased to see. What value do we offer our users? What are perceived benefits, usefulness and importance of individual systems? This example illustrates that the end user is only really interested in the fact that they can take selfies from a car steering wheel. And they would potentially buy this amazing car just for that feature. But if that feature was available elsewhere, they'd probably buy a different car. Now, the same can be said of our IT systems. The value that users perceive is the most important factor on judging if a system is a success, whether than that deciding whether it benefits them directly or it's useful to them in some way or it's important to them. When you're reviewing security solutions to try and improve cybersecurity within your colleges, keep this in mind. If users perceive value, they will actually use it. For example, we've implemented a simple password self-service reset system just before the start of lockdown. Users have got to register their mobile phone number in a pop-up box on the intranet when they're already logged in, either at home or at college, it doesn't matter. And when they forget their password, they can simply just hit the forget password button and a text is sent to them with a password reset. Now, that's a good example because it's easy to use. It's designed to be secure, but it's user-friendly and the users use it quite a lot now to provide, and this provides them value because it benefits them because they can get onto the systems 24/7. So this leads to the most important point, really, that security and usability must balance. The coronavirus lockdown has enforced work from home, has taught us that if you want staff and students to be able to carry on as normal, then the systems have to be usable but secure so that data is not put at risk. So designing systems that put security and usability on an equal footing will enable you to have systems that work for the business and for the user. All systems should be designed to work both on college-owned equipment and personal equipment without the security being compromised in any way. And getting this security and usability right is tricky. But done well should mean that the student engagement and retention is better and they don't become disinterested or worried about their data being compromised. So security really is an opportunity. We should all be aware that coronavirus has caused most colleges security concerns, and that we need to have Cyber Essentials and Cyber Essentials Plus accreditations by a certain date so that they continue to receive funding. David and Noel from JISC will discuss this in a little bit more detail shortly. But one of the basic requirements of Cyber Essentials Plus is that you have to put your security patches on within 14 days of them being released. So I'm sure we're all familiar with the image on the left. It's become part of our everyday lives, but many of us are confident. How many of us actually are confident that our college-owned equipment has been receiving critical updates since lockdown began? This is one of the major reasons why here at WCG we've chosen to deploy Chromium as operating system going forwards, because it self-updates and it simply installs the updates in the background, completing them in seconds when the device is restarted. We've already got over 1,000 Chromebooks running the Chrome OS version, and we've purchased licenses through C Learning and Cloud Ready. And the Cloud Ready version is a version that can be installed onto existing hardware that's currently running Windows that may be old and slow. And by deploying this onto older devices, we're kind of giving them a new lease of life. We've been using Chromebooks to loan to students during lockdown. So that means we're confident the devices are staying up to date and we're still performing our safeguarding and prevent duties, because the web filtering still works when they're away from our network. and our security is not compromised because the data is stored on the Google Cloud. So here's our sort of hybrid solution here at WCG. This is what we do to get around these problems and still offer a really good user experience. We use Chromium OS to reduce our security concerns and costs. We use Google G Suite for day-to-day productivity and learning. And then we use a virtual desktop solution to run Microsoft Windows in a Chrome web browser when required for specific Windows applications. Now, that last point highlights the lack of a requirement for a VPN, because that's a security overhead for most colleges and security professionals. And any user that's using virtual desktop to run Windows is actually only using a virtual PC that's located inside the college network. So that data never leaves us. So one of the major things that coronavirus has helped us highlight is that cybersecurity isn't just an IT problem, it is a business problem. Hopefully most of you will have cyber attacks down on your college risk registers, and certainly at WCG, it's perceived as a high risk alongside things like safeguarding. The weakest part of our cybersecurity solution, as always, is people. The stat on the right shows that 95% of successful cyber attacks are caused by human error. And it's believed that one of the most well-known cyber attacks, the WannaCry attack on the NHS in 2017, was caused by human error. And when that link was clicked by a person, it installed ransomware on an unpatched device. And that attack is estimated to have cost the NHS in excess of £92 million just in patient disruption. So to limit that human factor, we really need to train our staff in cybersecurity, regardless of their job role. It's often overlooked. And that part-time lecturer that teaches 1 hour a week for a term is potentially one of your weakest link. We need to limit the amount of data that leaves the managed IT infrastructure, perform regular penetration tests and simulate phishing attacks, and implement user-friendly multi-factor two-factor authentication. We've implemented two-factor authentication actually during coronavirus, and on screen is some of the feedback that we've received. And as you can see that the comments are generally positive, they don't mention security at all. And it's all about perception of value, and the users think it's very, very easy. I'm being given the hurry up. So a simple concept, really. It's balancing user needs with business needs should give you your ideal user experience for your staff and your students. And at the same time, if you get this balance right, your students should get a great experience and really want to come back to you. I will put the one last dilbit in. And really, it's IT's view of perfect security and perfect two-factor authentication, where if I only wish we could ask users to just stare directly at the sun to complete the login process, nobody would ever get in and we'd never have any security breaches. I will wrap it up there, and I will hand over to my colleagues.
Thank you very much for that. And we are about to move swiftly on into the next panel.
Yes, so we've got Jim Levi and Simon Fasolo from Google, who are going to be presenting around Google Cloud Security. They will introduce themselves and go straight into that for their 15-minute slot.
Thanks very much. Sorry, I've just jumped in. I'm conscious of time. So I'd like to thank everybody. Special thanks to EduFuturists, C-Learning, Warwickshire College, and our friends at JISC. Really pleased to introduce my colleague, Jim Levi, our HE Google Cloud Specialist for the UK, who'll be presenting with me today. And just to briefly introduce myself, I'm the Further Education and Higher Education Lead for all things outside of Google Cloud, or GCP, namely G Suite and Chrome OS, with a specialization in G Suite Enterprise for Education. So just a brief look at today's agenda items, where we'll discuss the current situation in education. We'll have a look at Google's cloud technology. Jim's going to take us through that with a focus on security. We'll look at innovating on security, just quickly bringing that back to some of our products and how they're evolving as well, which is quite interesting, and some final thoughts, if we have time. So what's the current situation in education? It's difficult to discuss any of the following content without acknowledging the current context. And safe to say, we're living through an unprecedented time in history. The pandemic's effectively forced school closures around the world. With over 188 countries shutting down all schools. That's an impact of over 1.5 billion students. And as a result, we're seeing this huge reliance on distance learning technologies, which brings an even greater focus to cloud technology, right? And how we're considering it, how we have to consider it as a college and weigh it up, and the balance of blended learning, synchronous versus asynchronous techniques. And of course, with this mass migration to greater reliance on cloud tech, there's a great awareness around security and how we can keep our data and users' data safe in this evolving landscape. And, you know, it leads us to the fact that IT influencers is having a huge impact on education across the board. You will be familiar with this slide, by the way. It's ubiquitous in events like this, right? And that's why I wanted to bring it up. So before you reach for that coffee or just kind of think about shutting off for a moment, stay with me. It has greater relevance. This is a pre-COVID slide, right? But it's even more exciting now. And I can hear all the early adopters in the background cheer. Tech's changing. You know, we'll look at some of our products that are changing to meet, you know, the landscape. Google Meet would be a good example. Students are changing. We've heard anecdotal stories of students responding in interesting ways. You know, and even at these early stages, distance learning technologies present new opportunities for learning how we think about how our students engage. Institutions are changing. This is what really interests me. So from the accelerated move to online, handling of virtual enrollments or virtual open days, how decisions are being made. I find that fascinating. The collaboration, particularly between IT, teaching and learning, and senior management teams. I see more coordination, basically because there simply has to be. And colleges need to understand the implication of technology choices like never before. How we teach, you all know about that. Should probably add where we teach has changed, what we're learning as well, right? So we've had to continue to educate throughout this time, but we've all had to learn to adapt to a new way of thinking, a new way of working, and it's been a digital virtual awakening of sorts for a lot of people. And again, in the context of COVID-19, in a matter of weeks, we've seen everything change. And what we're seeing as well is a huge amount of adoption growth, right? Which just really speaks to the need for cloud technology and I guess the need for security around it too. So now 140 million students and educators around the world using Google for Education, which is huge. And at this stage, I'm going to hand over to Jim to take a quick look at Google's cloud technology, and I'll drive the deck for you, Jim.
Thanks. Hello there, everyone. Yes, so I'm going to be quickly talking about how Google looks at cloud security for all of our Google Cloud services, G Suite, and so on. So Simon, if you could have the next slide. I think before I get into talking about security, whenever we at Google are speaking to a group of people, the subject of privacy always comes up for obvious reasons, because many of the people on this event are regularly using Google services in their personal private lives as consumers. And I think a very important starting point is that the services that we offer for education are completely different in terms of the way they're contracted and the way that they're offered to the near ubiquitous free-to-air services that we run. So, something that's, I guess, very obvious, but we often find that this comes up as a question. You own all of the data that you store in the Google services, not us. We clearly would never sell any of your data to any third parties. We don't use any of your data for any advertising. We encrypt all of your data at rest. And also in transit by default. It's not an additional paid for option. It's just something we do naturally. And also from a Google internal perspective, we do an awful lot of compliance work and hardware and software work to ensure that no Google employees, vendors, or contractors can get insider access to your data. In addition, there is no Google backdoor. We don't give any government any kind of weird backdoor access to your data. And all of our privacy practices are independently audited. And I'll talk a bit about some of the audits a bit later on. Next slide, please. If we then look at security, Google really looks at this on three different levels. The first is protection. And we very much see this as Google's responsibility to make sure that we are securing the infrastructure, that we design, build, and operate everything to help prevent threats from occurring to your service and your data. The next level is around control. And this is where you start to see, if you like, the responsibilities combine, in that we clearly provide a great deal of control, configuration, and access to help our users, i.e. you as our users, meet their policy, regulatory, operational and business objectives. So clearly we're doing all we can to provide very robust control mechanisms. You as the data controller, if we use GDPR terms, are clearly making use of all those controls. And then finally, compliance is crucial. And we work very closely with regulators around the world to ensure that we meet all of our responsibilities and also provide you with the tools and documentation to ensure you can meet all of your responsibilities. If we look at the first part of that, and one key thing about the Google services and something that we think is particularly helpful in terms of security is the provenance of what is actually running G Suite or Google Cloud or other Google services you're using. And we try to minimize the risk of vendors in the middle. So we use purpose-built Google chips. We have purpose-built servers that we either build ourselves or contract specifically to be built. We have purpose-built storage. We have purpose-built Google data centers, and crucially, a purpose-built network. And wherever possible, we want to get your data into our private network and off the public internet as quickly as possible. And in fact, the Google private network, which includes transatlantic, trans-Pacific cables, is one of the biggest private networks in the world. And again, our ownership and management of that network helps with security of your data. And mentioned earlier that we encrypt your data at rest. That's by default. We can also, if you wish, give you a lot of additional control over encryption. So we can give you control of your keys, and there's then a hierarchy of services we can offer up to and including you having complete ownership control of all the keys, so that actually nobody from Google has any ability to get access or grant access to your data at all. So huge amount of granularity there around encryption. And then I think another slide which I thought would be helpful is just around this idea of collaboration, that if you look at different types of cloud services, and Google offers infrastructure as a service or IaaS, through platform as a service to software as a service, and G Suite effectively being software as a service, Google Cloud Platform where you can spin up virtual servers and so on being infrastructure as a service. There's a gradation of responsibility where Google steps up to and is very happy to take more and more responsibility. But it's very important to bear in mind that there's always a responsibility in terms of collaboration with you as the users and users of the service. And we provide documentation to help you with this. And the closer you get, if you like, to bare metal, the more responsibility is clearly on your heads, but the more we're keen to help. And then finally, I think looking at specific threats, something that we see as one of the biggest exposures are admin accounts of Google Cloud services and G Suite services being compromised. And a very simple way of protecting them is to use two-factor authentication as a minimum for your admin accounts. Very, very easy to set up. It's self-service to set up. We can provide you with the keys. And so far, and I kind of hesitate to say this, but so far, we have never had a Google environment compromised where two-factor authentication has been implemented. And indeed, we would encourage you to roll out two-factor authentication more generally, particularly to users that you feel you can trust with the keys. And then finally, in terms of third-party audits and certifications, this is a bit of an eye chart, but we have a very large number of them. And all of the certifications that you would expect, such as the ISO 27001 and many more. And in particular, that extends to the major EU certifications, GDPR, etc. And then within the UK, we've done quite a lot of work with the NCSC cloud security principles. You can read all about them and get white papers about that. and also the NHS IG toolkit, where we've done a lot of work there as well. So all of this is shareable, all of it on cloud.google.com/compliance. So all freely available, and a lot of white papers and documentation available for you to explore at your leisure. So now hand back over to Simon.
Thanks, Jim. Really appreciate that. And I know we're really short of time, so I'm going to race through a bit of this, innovating on security. Really what I just wanted to bring up with, was just how some of this applies to some of our product. But I think Matt's really covered this quite well with Chrome OS already. I think you're quite across that. And within G Suite Enterprise for education, there's quite a lot of security built in that we can see for IT admins, and this affects the end user as well. So without going too much in detail, I just wanted to show you, right, we have a security health page. We have a dashboard where you can see all your usage data and any threats and detect them. Integrated with that is an investigation tool to deal with those cyber attacks in real time. And then, of course, we have advanced mobile device management. And probably the important thing to point out here is that we now have the ability to manage Windows 10 devices as well, straight from the admin console. So really kind of keeping everything nice and secure under the one umbrella. Google Meet, it's interesting how it's developed. It's developed rapidly in terms of the capacity it has to handle, but also, the security. Security in terms of, what is the user experience looking like, and you would have seen those updates come through, but also in the back end. Jim mentioned all the data is encrypted in transit. Our meeting IDs are 10 characters long with 25 characters in the set, so basically very, very difficult to brute force entry into these meetings. So basically just reiterating on the security that's built into the product. And just worth calling this out, right, from an industry point of view. Basically, I wanted to mention that we understand the importance of Cyber Essentials and Cyber Essentials Plus. I've been meeting actively with IASME to talk about how we can develop, guidelines, right, from Google's end as well with IASME and talk to these points they're really important. We also do have a document that you can look at using Google Cloud in the context of NCSC UK's cloud security principles that Ben or Steve might share on the screen. But I just want you to know that we take it very seriously, and we're working with industry, and more updates will come soon. And what's next? Last point, right? So what I'm hearing a lot of out there is colleges and schools asking the question, like, do you think things will go back to normal? What's the need, right? What's the need for these technologies if we're just going to go back to the classroom? And my challenge would be, is this the way you want to think about education? We know the one constant change, the constant is change, right? And I think what's more relevant here is to be considering the fact that we've got this combined responsibility to continue to improve the learning experiences of students that we have the privilege of educating. And I think, another way to think about it is apply a more positive view and think about the possibilities. It's an exciting time, right? There are many opportunities and what we can do with that. And I just wanted to leave you with that thought. We'll be here to help you with that. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to Ben.
Thank you very much, Simon and Jim. Just before you leave us, there's a couple of questions that have come in the chat. One, we think this is really serious stuff, and we've got to get this right, because in order for us to do all the things that we talked about in session 1 about pedagogy and about making sure that students can have, we've got to make sure that this stands up and it's robust, because we're working with vulnerable people. Children and young people are vulnerable people. So that's what the context of why security is so important in this. Neil King asked a brilliant question, and I love this, and I wonder if anybody's got this. He said, has anybody found anything interesting left on a photocopy recently? I don't know if anybody has. Maybe we're just putting that up there as a little bit of a laugh. But, if anybody has found it, if you want to put that in your comments, if anybody's found anything interesting in a photocopy, remember, this is PC. Please don't put anything inappropriate. But yeah, I imagine that in schools,
I haven't been around a photocopier for many long time.
I was next to a photocopier yesterday. I have people who still work in finance, so they use a photocopier and printing all the time.
No.
Usually a receipt.
yeah, receipts. That's very true.
So someone wants to ask another question. Not quite sure it's directly relevant, but still actually relevant. And can we ask if the reason why the UK government kind of had problems with the COVID app is that not because of functionality issues, but because of privacy and data, and really highlighting, I mean, I don't know if that's a joke or not, but that really highlights kind of the seriousness of kind of what data privacy issues are. What are your thoughts?
So as an employee of Google, I'm really delighted you've asked me to comment on the UK government, on which I'm not permitted to comment. But I really can't comment because Google were not actually involved in the NHS app. It was done by NHSX, who actually Google Cloud have been working with, but we were not involved in the initial.
I guess more the question is around kind of the issue of not necessarily functionality issues, but just a kind of how important privacy of data as an issue is.
Yeah, and that is absolutely fundamental. And actually, in terms of the joint work that Google did with Apple, that was very much around protection of our users' privacy. That was the whole basis of that API. So that's certainly what we've made available to governments around the world, and a lot of governments are using that and have already used that for their apps. But I can't comment directly on the UK government.
No, we're not really asking you that. I guess we're just kind of talking about the issues of privacy and data. Great. So thank you. Do you have another question or?
No. I think we're good there. I think just in the background, Noel and David from JISC are going to be coming on as well. So thank you very much, Simon and Jim, for your thoughts there. We know that Jamie's put in the chat there that the culture at Google, being innovative and thinking about user experience, is essential to what happens. So we're grateful for what you've said there and how this talks about the user experience for learners. We've got to do everything in the background to make that happen. So thanks for your help there and your thoughts.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
So we're going to be bringing in Noel and Jim into the conversation. They're coming from JISC. JISC is a fantastic organisation, and I know that I don't want to take any credit from that. David and Noel will be able to tell us a little bit more about them. But thank you very much to these guys for joining us today for their next presentation. So we'll bring them in. Here we go. Hi, Noel.
Hi, Noel.
Hi, guys.
Over to you.
And you can hear us and see the presentation?
Good.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So there's two of us involved in this. Myself, Noel Davis. I'm a subject specialist for JISC. I have quite a bit of customer contact. And David is a security specialist working in our e-infrastructure department. So we'll be doing whack-a-mole type pop-ups as the slides progress through this. This slide here does have a heavy emphasis on UK members here, really, although the information in it does extend across internationally in that you need to improve your security profile in organisations. For those people present who do draw down funding from the Education and Skills Funding Agency. From last year, they originally wanted people to achieve ISO 27001 by September last year. That was difficult, and they were advised that would be difficult. And so it was modified to, as I'm sure many of you are aware, that you have to achieve Cyber Essentials by September of this year. We'll come on to a modification to that a little bit later in the slide deck. But the thing that still definitely stands is the Cyber Essentials Plus certification is required by September 2021. There's a link in the statement there that takes you to the contract. And it was formally published for members to sign, for just members or people that draw down money from ESFA to sign in April, and is running from there. So over to David.
Okay, so Cyber Essentials is a government scheme looking at 5 key critical security controls. Noel, can you just move to the next slide, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. If it goes. So Cyber Essentials is really looking at some of the key security controls that affect the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of your data, your users, and information within your institution. And we'll talk a bit about the CIA triad in a second. But the Cyber Essentials is basically the government a while ago looked at many breaches, not just across FE and HE, but industry as a whole, and identified that very simple controls are not being implemented. So they did this review, and they did it over a period of 5 years, and they found 5 key controls that aren't being looked at. So the first one is access control. So that's looking at user account management, following least privilege principle. So that is only people that should have rights to systems should have rights to system. Software updating, making sure the software in your infrastructure is updated, maintained, and is supported by the manufacturer. Malware protection, so ensuring that you have malware protection in the institution, and that you can do things such as whitelisting and all the stuff that comes around that. And then looking at firewalls. So a lot of people bring in firewalls, but they will not change the default password. It's one of the challenges that we still face today. And when we do penetration testing, that is one of the challenges that we come across. Default passwords are still left on devices. That includes printers, photocopiers, and all that sort of stuff. So Cyber Essentials scheme was backed by the NCSE and then pushed down to IESME as the awarding body. And then us, as such as myself, is a Cyber Essentials assessor. We go out and we mark the form and that sort of stuff. So a lot of Cyber Essentials accreditation now is required for funding contracts for education. So it's kind of essential, really. And that is something that a lot of FE and HE are realizing. And we're doing a lot of work around supporting universities and colleges to get Cyber Essentials and leading into Cyber Essentials Plus. No, sorry, can you move on, please?
Mm-hmm.
So why do Cyber Essentials and Cyber Essentials Plus? So firstly, it's about improving your security posture within your environment, and that's internal and external. So Cyber Essentials itself is a self-assessment process that goes through the 5 controls, asks a total of 52 questions about your infrastructure, what policies, what mitigations you have in place, ensuring that you can comply to those. It aligns your institution to a government-backed standard. It demonstrates to your supply chain, so being that MOD, any other business that you're doing work with, that actually you are complying and maintaining a security infrastructure, that your data is secure, confidential, has integrity, and is available as and when needed. And we'll talk about the CII triad, because I think with the Cyber Essentials, CII triad is kind of core to that. And I think ultimately, this is about working with government contracts, partnerships, and third parties. So those are the benefits. And it doesn't just do that. I think it also improves your internal security posture. And actually, for me, it's about the governance and the owners of the business understanding the risks of cyber challenges that are out there at the moment. Sorry, and I'll move on.
Okay, so back to me. So currently, everybody's IT service delivery model has changed. People are attending from home more, lessons are being placed online, and then from that. And so the requirement to achieve Cyber Essentials by September of this year has been modified slightly, and the statement is copied from the Department of Education website down there in italics. And the key element in there really is the word endeavour down in the middle there. So the modification is that the Department of Education and the Education Skills Funding Agency are not going to run a register of people that attain. However, the wider elements of the contract as written and signed by members of your senior management do include transfer of responsibility for the handling of data that is owned by the Department of Education. And so the endeavours to meet Cyber Essentials, as described in that, do need to be made. And the mechanism for making most of those endeavours and recording them will be your internal IT risk registers and risk treatment plans. So does that mean that you can ignore it? Not really, no. So the elements here, so at the top of the link there is a PDF document that gives you a sample of the questions, or it gives you the whole question set, actually, not a sample of the template to work through. And from that, you can then raise the items that will need some sort of mitigation applying to them. And then from the mitigation that's required, you can then start producing the costs that may be required, the time that may be required for people to do the changes, the skills that may need to be acquired by the IT team so that they can do it, and perhaps even raising invitation to tenders and things like that if you've got elements of equipment that are central to the IT infrastructure and can't be put out of scope, i.e. moved to one side of the Cyber Essentials accreditation. From that, people will be able to produce an operations plan. And the operations plan will then work through the IT risk register and the risk treatment plans to ensure that things are met. Obviously, moving out of COVID-19 restrictions and back into normal is going to be different. And so that is going to raise additional considerations that people will need to think about. Okay, back to David.
So we're going to talk a bit about the CIA triad. Now, from an information security point of view and from CE, the whole thing around the information triad is very important. And there's three elements in order to achieve really good information security, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. No, it doesn't look like the whole slide's kicking in. Ah, there we are. Kick it all through. I think it all comes through. So confidentiality, this is about preserving the authorized restrictions to information. So who should have access to it, know who has access to it, and the least privileged principle. So if that is compromised, this is about who has access to data, who can view your data. So from an information security point of view, what you're trying to achieve here is to ensure that only the right people have access to the data, and failure to do that will lead to your data being viewed, so a breach. So the other part of the CIA triad is the availability, and the availability is ensuring that the systems are available when they are required to be available. This is really important, and the fact is that the mantra now is isn't if you can recover from an incident, it's how quickly you can recover from an incident. And failing to provide availability from a threat or a weakness. So if you get compromised, your IT services must have the relevant backup strategy in place, BCP, all those sort of systems in place, including redundancy in place to protect the institution. And that's key, again, to the information security. And it's part of just standard information protection in the infrastructure. And the final part of the CI triad, and I think these are really important to understand, because when you implement any form of new system, and we talked about Matt earlier, talking about implementing new systems, this is also key to what Matt's talking about, which is actually ensuring that if you want usability, you need to be able to fit that usability into the confidentiality, availability, and integrity framework. And that's really important. And the last part of the CI triad for me is very much around the integrity. And this is about protecting and ensuring that no data is modified in an unauthorized way. So this is ensuring that people and users only have access to the data that they require access to, and you're able to modify the data and control that data access. So that includes things like enabling hashing on your data, having digital signatures, and ensuring that things like separation of duties and separations of roles in your IT team are in place so that not everybody has access to all the data. So that's really important to think about. Sorry, Noel, move on. Next stage. And then the last real bit for me, it just reiterates some of the challenges that we are seeing across FE and HE that are becoming quite critical. Is these areas are covered a lot by Cyber Essentials. So out-of-date software, applications, and products is key to Cyber Essentials. So make sure you update your software and that it is supported. If you're using open source technology, so Linux or anything like that, As long as there is a supported manufacturer and community, you're able to use it. Phishing is now becoming really, really popular, especially in the COVID situation. We're seeing a lot of phishing and whale phishing. Whale phishing is mainly targeting the senior leadership team and trying to get access to get bank details, getting the payment through POs, stuff like that. Account administration is also critical, is make sure its least privilege principle is applied. So only relevant people have access to what systems they need. If they need access to DNS, they only have access to DNS. They do not have access to every other part. Make sure you have separation of duties. So again, very much like financial people, you don't have access to it all. The one thing that is very common is the DDoS and DOS mitigate attacks that we're seeing. The increase in ransomware, which is coming very much out of a lot of the phishing attacks that we're coming from. And IoT. Don't forget about IoT. We've seen a lot of people adding IoT to flat networks. So they are appearing on the same network as your servers. And a lot of those can be compromised. So it's looking at those sort of things. And I think those are the areas, as a pen tester, part of my role is these are things that we're seeing a lot of. Out-of-date software, IoT, account administration is kind of key. And if you can get some of those controls fixed, then you're good to go. And just remember, Cyber Essentials is about the protection. It's not about detection part of the security triad. It's about protection of the infrastructure.
Okay, and finally, just to say that, you know, as a JISC member, for those of you that are JISC members, there's lots of things that you can tap into to get some support, not just for Cyber Essentials, but for the wider security reviews and services that are available there. I'm not going to go through all those. They're on the slides, and hopefully the slides are going to be shared with you at the end. So now I think we're over to Matt for some Q&A, if there is any.
Yeah, I think we're going to come in here as well, and bring Matt back into the chat as well. We've actually only got time for one question. I think Janelle's got that one ready for us to go. Is that all right?
Yes, I do have that ready, and it comes from Jamie Smith, and he says, "People or technology, which poses the greater cyber threat?"
Okay. That's a really difficult question to answer, but I think for me, it's human. And I like to use the concept of the human firewall. I think we've seen a massive increase in phishing, and I think Matt and I've talked about this, and Noel, we've all talked about this, is the awareness training should be in place for staff, because the attacks that we've seen from ransomware and from phishing are very, very clever now. And I think staff need to be educated to not click on these links. They need to understand the threat that they offer, but that is coming back to a very simple concept, which is defense in depth. So yes, humans should be made aware, have training, but you must also have the technical controls in place if something does happen in the future. So it's from my point of view, more human in some ways, but technology is part of the resolution.
And does anyone else have anything further to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, one of my slides illustrated the fact that 95% of cyber attacks are caused by human intervention. So I think that really says it all. And I'm sure there's other colleges out there watching and listening today where you have had incidents within the college from cybersecurity related, and 95% of the time they are due to user error. So that really probably answers the question.
Perfect. Thank you so much for all of your presentations, and we've run out of time. So thank you very much for answering the question. And if there's further questions in the chat, then I'm sure our panelists will be more than happy to go into the chat and answer some of those questions for you.
Cool.
Yeah, so we are going to have another comfort break up to about 2 o'clock. We're going to start back at 2 o'clock. And in this next section, we are going to be looking at David Jones is going to be launching his report around the new next or never normal and how we are going to respond to this in our sector. So some of that is around security, some around pedagogy, some around how we support students and safeguarding and all the things that go with that. So we're really looking forward to that. Make sure you get your questions or your comments in the chat, and you can follow some of the wonderful conversations that are going on. There's lots and lots of comments in there. Please feel free to leave some questions and comments in there. Thank you, everybody. See you.
Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us. It's been an incredible day so far. And what's been your favourite part of the day so far, Dan?
I think the way David Price opened up the conference was amazing, and I think it set the standard for the day. And just watching the interaction throughout the day, from people on the stream getting their questions in, from people chipping in, it really felt to me, you know, like when you go to a conference and you're just watching everything on the stage and it's all happening in front of you, but it's just felt so integrated with the audience, and I feel like we've been like a really good community today. And yeah, what about yourself, Janelle?
Yeah, I enjoyed David's opener. I'm probably going to be like the ultimate sit on the fence person. I really liked Khawar's present keynote as well. I thought that was really interesting. I'm a big digital fan, so I love digital transformation. So that for me was like really interesting. And I also enjoyed the when we had the educators kind of discussing, you know, what does the future look like? What are the issues that we've seen? Because I think in this time of pandemic, everyone is really kind of speaking about what does this look like? What's it going to look like? And I think those are some of the most kind of loud questions that we're hearing coming. So it's great to hear educators actually saying what they think.
Yeah, definitely. We're at such an important time, aren't we? I think David Price mentioned this morning how that DC moment, that during Corona moment. I think we like to talk about, well, what's it going to be like in 5 years' time? Is everyone going to be doing blended learning, or are we going to be purely cooked into a computer like cyborgs? But it's the moment we're in right now that I think is so important and will shape what's coming. And I think as part of that, as kind of shaping that conversation, we're so excited today to announce that during this session at 2:30, a new report is going to be launched. So at 2:30, if you go over to normal.edufuturist.com/report, then the new Next or Never Normal report, which has been put together by a few people, including David Jones OBE, who is waiting to join us in a second, and he's going to talk us through that report. Should we bring David in?
Let's bring David in. I feel like I'm on one of those game shows. Bring in David.
David, you all right?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes. So, you know, we're really excited that this report's going to be launching at 2:30. And we know you've got a presentation for us shortly as well. But I don't know how much of today you managed to catch. What have you enjoyed?
Well, to be honest with you, I haven't actually been able to join in because I've another big job to do, which I don't wear that hat this afternoon, but I'm the chair of the regulator for qualifications in Wales. And as you can imagine, it's quite an interesting time trying to work out how we find the best way of awarding grades to young people this year who haven't sat their exams. So I've been working on that all morning.
Well, we'll excuse you for that very important excuse, many young people's future. But is there anything you can share from what you learned today, or is it all a bit still secret and discussing stage?
Oh, in terms of qualifications Wales, absolutely no, I can't share anything with you. As a regulator, I know we've got a very, very important role and we need to make sure we do it fairly. I'm firmly here today as an ex-CEO of a college and somebody who worked at FE for over 35 years and somebody who came through the FE system as well. So I'm looking forward to this afternoon session. You've got some great people on the panels.
That would be great. It'd be really interesting to get into that assessment as well, maybe on the roundtable after your presentation, and kind of how you see the future of that going, if you're able to share anything on that.
On your own personal views. But yes, we should let you get on with your presentation and then we can start the Q&A. So please, if you do have questions through the presentation, please drop them in the chat box, because we'd really love to be able to have a great conversation once we've seen this presentation.
Okay. Am I running? Yep, I assume so. Okay. Good afternoon. It's interesting. There's a strange feeling because I just don't know who's watching or listening. But hello if you know me, and hello as well if you don't know me. I'm David Jones. I used to work as the CEO at the college in North East Wales, Coleg Cambria. And what I did in early May, over 3 days, with the guys from C Learning, was to hold a series of roundtable meetings with a range of people, leaders from across the UK in further education, universities, and in the private training, the independent learner sector, and also with some people from the Welsh Government. And it was about 5 or 6 weeks into the COVID problem. And it was an opportunity really for people to immediately share what the issues were, what the solutions were, what were the things that they couldn't solve, and very much coming at it, not just from a tech point of view, but generally looking at education post-16, where we're at, what the challenges were, perhaps looking at this September, also looking at the year beyond that, and the longer term as well. So what we have this afternoon is a report really, which is, it's not a research report, it's basically a report that is a summary of the things that some really experienced people, with probably between them a few hundred years experience, shared with us over these 3 days. And there were 10 emerging priorities that came through, which you'll see if you look at the report later on. And we grouped them into 6 common themes. And those themes were around pedagogy, content, learning content, strategic workforce development, very important one, equity of access, the regulatory environment, and then contracts. And by that we meant contracts of employment. So what I'm going to do for about 10 minutes with these slides is focus on what I think the leadership action points are that can flow out of these themes. I'm very much an action-orientated leader, and I believe, yeah, we need to talk and look and listen to things, but it's about what we do that really matters. So hopefully some of the things we're going to say this afternoon make sense. They're not all new, clever ideas. They're mostly common sense things that perhaps people should have been doing already. And what COVID has done is made a number of people realize they really need to get a move on and start doing the things that others are doing. And in some cases, everyone needs to start doing some new things. And also I should add that some of the things I'm covering this afternoon they're my interpretation and based on my experience of how I would take things forward if I was still in an executive role. So let's see whether this technology works for me. Right, this is always the difficult bit, which is interesting. I need to play this. Excuse me. Has that come through? Yeah, okay, that's great. Fine. Okay, the simple message really is to embrace technology. I would describe myself as a failed electronics engineer for many years ago, but I was always interested in technology. And I think what we're going to see in the 6 things I'm going to cover are 6 things about implementation and leadership for now and for the future that, yeah, you can do them separately, but you're really going to get the bang for your buck if you do all 6 of them. They all support each other. So embracing technology is so important in all aspects of education business, not just our teaching. And just look at what has been achieved in the last few months. You know, people have talked to us about I think somebody said that they'd done 4 years of development in 4 weeks. That's really good, but why did it need to be that way? Why did you need something like this in order to do that? So I think leaders, because ultimately all the staff look at the leaders for that direction, need to be the leaders of education technology and the adaptation of technology in all that they do. And it's about the benefit you get from it right across the business, you know, from not wasting money printing paper to being far more accessible, to stopping people moving around into meetings when they can be doing it from the office and so on. And I suppose one of the questions I would give to leaders and others is, does your organization have a comprehensive tech strategy? Because if you haven't, you need one, and you need one fast. So embrace technology. Okay, the next one, and this is linked to content really, is that the key word there in green is collaboration. I'm a big fan and always have been of working with others, learning from them and getting more from working together. But I think one of the things that became really clear from the work that we did and the ideas that were coming through, perhaps on the challenges, was that if every single university or college or training provider tries to respond to whatever they think the next or the new normal might be, then they're never going to be able to do it well enough or cost effectively enough. People need to think big, and that means collaborating, not just, I think, that very, very high skill between FE and FE, but also with FE and HE as well. And I think if we think big, we've got a great opportunity to deliver better locally and at a small level. And just as an example of that, You know, I've picked up on a number of organizations recently who got into a panic mode during COVID to say, you know, those courses that we've been delivering in a fairly traditional way for the last 10 years, we suddenly now need to make them online. What are we going to charge for them? And I think the reality is that is a reactive approach, which isn't going to work. If you're going to do it at that scale, it's never going to work for one institution. And I think it's about looking at a much greater scale, working together, sharing content, developing content together, and recognizing that we add value for learners and for our organizations as businesses by being a little bit more confident and comfortable in the way that we prepared to collaborate with others. Okay. This isn't something new for education, but it certainly is something that has to have a greater focus. And what I'm talking about here is the development of the workforce. So it doesn't matter whether you're in what sort of institution you are. The bottom line is that all of us need to develop better skills in using technology, whether we're teachers, leaders, lecturers, whatever, finance directors, any role in an institution. We all need to actually put our hands up, and I'll do it now and say, I might have got pretty good skills, but I can always do better. Can I really get the best out of the technology? We mustn't limit the service we can provide, that great service we can provide for learners and for employers and others, just by the limitation, which is our ability to use the technology. And that needs some big thinking. It needs some ambition within the organization. It needs an investment by leaders, budgets to support training, and it needs, I would say, the development of competency frameworks for every role within an institution, which clearly identifies the areas where an institution needs to develop its skills. If you don't do that, somebody else will, probably in the private sector, and sooner or later, you're going to find you're going to be losing your business and losing your customers, the learners. Right, the next one, and this is my favorite slide in this deck, really. It's around technology and connectivity poverty. Now, if you're looking at this slide, you probably come to the conclusion that this is a fairly, reasonably comfortable family, dad and son perhaps, who he's working at home, the lad's working as well. Nice setup, plenty of technology, nice and light, desk, seat, and all that goes with it. Now, I'm sitting at my dining desk here in deepest North Wales this afternoon, but I'm fine. But the reality is, for such a high proportion of the learners in our country, they don't get this. There's a major, major problem. And the message, I think, from the work that we've done is that we need to look at the bigger picture. And for me, that means around connectivity. So I live in the country here. I don't get fibre broadband. The old copper one, and it was falling over, and it was also very slow. So I've had to change to a 4G Wi-Fi system. It works pretty well, and I hope it works for the next hour or so. For some people, they don't have those options for a range of different reasons, and it can sometimes be financial as well. We've got to get everyone connected, and I would advocate the government finding a way of getting people connected free of charge, or at least at some sort of sensible pricing way that allows people to get this as an entitlement as a service. And on top of that, then we need young people to have some sort of minimum right to have an accessibility to an appropriate device. And we can put this in place. It's not the solution, but if we don't put the connectivity and the kit in place, then we're going to have a haves and have-nots sort of culture, and we really need to address that. And again, maybe this is not so much for institutions, but it's certainly one I would say for the policymakers. Two more areas that we identified, two more themes. And this was an interesting one around regulation and rules and things like that. And that red squiggle is my attempt at red tape on this slide. I think the sort of things that came through were examples of where organizations were immediately saying that some of the rules had been lessened during COVID, which allowed them to do things a lot better, quicker, cheaper, safer, all those things. And hopefully those changes are here to stay. There's some good examples around work-based learning where some of the restrictions on having to have a wet signature on things were at long last reduced. So I think that's an important area. Another area there's of interest, and again, I'm at the dining table here. My daughter this year was sitting her examination finals as a medical student in a university in England, and just at the time that things kicked off, and their exams were cancelled. There's a lot of stress in the family. In the end, she came home and she sat her final exams from here. But they were sat and they were fine as an afterthought by the university in providing that way for her to do her exams and for all of her peers. My question is, why didn't we plan that in up front? Not to do it here, but to push towards more online assessment. Finally, and this is an important one really, and some of the important words in this slide are around flexibility. There's also quite an important 3 words near the top on the right, working from home. My view is that the contracts of employment certainly in further education are already long overdue for a major overhaul. Not to treat staff badly, quite the opposite in fact. We really need to focus more on well-being than ever, but they're just not fit for purpose. And I think we're getting more flexibility now in the way that people are working. People are being allowed to work from home, which myself, I put my hands up, like a number of other CEOs, never felt comfortable about. People won't do their work, they do it at home. We were wrong, they will. But equally, there needs to be flexibility within contracts, because the old contract, well, the contracts that exist at the moment are probably from somewhere in the 1960s. I know they've been amended a little bit, but in reality, we need to get into a really open and mature dialogue with colleagues and unions around contracts. Bottom line is, at the end, there's an end to the traditional timetable. There's an end, I think, to your traditional 36 week year and the sort of pattern of learning that we've all been so used to. So those are the themes that came through. And for me, if taking those through together, I think are a really good starting point for growth success for the sector. But of course, they're all about leadership. Everything I've said here has to be delivered by leaders. And if the leaders aren't doing this or being the right role models, then it won't work, quite frankly. On this final slide, and by the way, that was me this morning, just before I got rid of my COVID lockdown period beard. I'm looking a little bit sharper this afternoon. But more seriously, of course, you might recognize that person, or certainly the quote there as being Charles Darwin. And in effect, this sort of links to the sort of statement that says, adapt or die. If we don't change, we're going to find that other people are going to take our businesses and we're going to fail, and others are going to come into the sector. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because we should be about delivery at the end of the day. And I think one of the things that struck me over the last 3 months is that what COVID has provided, a positive, is it's provided that pause button that when I was in college, I always craved for. I always craved for a pause button that I could have had perhaps in July, just before the holidays, where maybe all the staff could have had a 3 month time out to really plan their future. But of course, what happens in practice is you're exhausted, end of term, you go on your holidays, have a great time, and you come back at the end of August and the focus is on the next cohort. So this period has provided that pause button. So that's the only positive I can really see during the COVID period. But what I have seen, because I look at a lot that's happening in the sector, and I listened also to a lot of people who are on our groups in early May, I think there are some real star CEOs coming through the sector at the moment who are really getting this, who are using the pause period to set up their organizations for the longer term, taking on board these sort of themes and other things. But also I see a number of other organizations where the leaders are looking at the navels and are not getting it. Everything's in a lay-by, so to speak, but it's not productive. So I would say that let's use this opportunity. There's no point just waiting until things better. We have to create that future, and we know it's going to be a future that's going to involve a lot of change. So that's all from me. I hope you found that useful. A bit of Welsh just to finish off. Diolch yn fawr am wrando. Thanks for listening, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you so much. The thing about when it's just like this is just us, so there's no kind of clapping or applause, but thank you very much. That was a really interesting presentation. And, you know, really, we've had definitely quite a few comments coming through, and, you know, David's got over 30 years experience, as he said, in FE and HE. And so a couple of the where we wanted to start really was kind of where it all kind of ended. There's big discussion, says Family Learning Tutor, on what is leadership. And Dr. Peter Shuckey said, yes, this would be interesting to explore, as the impetus for change is often, most often, not where leadership typically existed, new models of who leads, and is this being fluid? Staff look to leaders for the direction of technology. Could this be the other way around?
What do you response from me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, that's a really good comment, and I'd agree with that. Leadership means everything in an organization. It doesn't, you know, but the leader is a leader of a team. That's the most important thing. But people look to the team for behaviors and look for direction. So I fully agree with that. And it's such a critical opportunity, that positive word opportunity that's there. And I do really think that, you know, we know the university sector was already facing massive financial challenges. Those are getting worse now for a whole range of reasons around international students and so on. And I think one of the dangers we could do as colleges, and again, I'm also involved with the FE Commission, which will be reporting this autumn, is to over-focus on the colleges as a sector and create silos. I don't think we're going to get to where we can get to if you have silos of colleges, universities, training providers. The brave, confident organizations or the brave, confident leaders will be the ones who are prepared to talk to others and share and collaborate and recognize that we've all got a positive part to play.
And I suppose it's seeing it more as a funnel and a continuum rather than, as you say, different siloed things, because they are kind of feeders for each other, which then feeders for the economy. So to see it all as one is probably a good shout.
Yeah,
so,
I'd agree. And I think also, you know, picking up on that, you know, I know a lot to what we're doing today is around technology, but without that buy-in from leaders, then it's not going to happen, is it? You need leaders right at the top and then all the way through organization who get it. And I think, you know, let's be honest about it. The government is spending money and borrowing money as we speak in a way that's going to have to be paid back at some point. So if we look at post-16 education, the whole of the UK, and say, well, hold on, we're going to get a lot more money in the next few years, it's not going to happen. We'd be lucky to have the same levels we got at the moment, and we've all got to work together to spend that better, and we can do it.
David, what do you think about the risk of this? Because I think we've talked a lot today about this bright new future opening up, but I think on the other side of that coin, there's always the danger, isn't there? That and I've seen this myself, that a lot of people haven't had that pause, like you mentioned. They've done a rush job on getting some resources online, and are just waiting for the day when it goes back to normal. And I think there's a lot of, and I come from a secondary school background. I think there's a lot of leadership teams burying their head in the sand at the moment and are just waiting for September, because Boris Johnson said it's all going to be okay when it gets to the 1st of September to get that catch-up curriculum in place, catch up the students who are doing exams in 2021, and then take a sigh of relief, it's all back to normal. There's a big danger there, isn't there?
Yeah, and I know it's a bit of a negative point, but I do agree with that point you made about burying their heads in the sand. I've been quite surprised in some places where people just haven't, you know, effectively loads of staff have had this long period and the staff haven't been productive. And it's not the staff's fault that they haven't been productive. I know some of them have. It's because the leaders haven't taken the opportunity and said, hold on, I know we've got to work on how we open up at some point, but in parallel with this, we've got this workforce who want leadership and direction to do new things and to get ready for that future that follows. We've seen stars come through, but also seen some problems. And I think what might happen once we do at some point get to some sort of new on X normal, that there's, as I said, I think, you know, if you imagine it as the pop charts, I think we're going to find some people flying up the charts and some going down. I think you're going to find a new order. We've got new inspiring leaders who get the change that needs to happen.
And do you think that there is a danger for those who, like you say, have not taken this opportunity for potentially all they could have exploited it for, in that sense, break or no break. What do you think will happen to those people that are kind of left behind as we enter this new wave? Will they eventually at some point have to do what everyone else is doing, or what will happen, and what will happen to those students?
Well, first point, where that happens, you're letting learners down, letting students down. So I think that's first of all, that's the bad news about it all. You know, let's be honest, it's not an easy situation for anybody. No. I think the point we're picking up is that in a difficult situation, we need leaders to get up to the plate and actually to start to earn what they're being paid. I think you're going to find some people are going to do really well, and it's going to be, they're going to grow, and others are going to decline. And then what will follow is financial challenges linked to that. So that inevitably could put more pressure on more integration and mergers within the sector, and possibly more collaborative developments involving, I said, higher education and further education. Certainly one of the things I've noticed, you know, in Wales, we put it on pause for the time being, but a thing I very much support is setting up a new post-compulsory education and training organisation. This came out through the work that Professor Hazelcorn finished about 4 years ago, and that sets out the blueprint about people working together for the longer term to support individuals, communities and employers. And what's happening at the moment, a positive, is I'm seeing through the work of the Commission that in England and indeed in Scotland, and we've got Audrey Cumberford on shortly as well, I think, who's got a lot to offer on this, we're finding that those countries are also looking at ways that we can all work together better. But I think the key thing in terms of the message from the themes coming through is, it's not a pick and mix, this one. This is a situation where if you put the six together and if you're up for it, then it will deliver for your organisation and ultimately for the people that you're supposed to be serving.
So I completely agree, and I think when the report goes live, which I think it is any minute, so if you want to read the report, and I've just heard actually that it is live right now. So if you go over to normal.edufuturist.com/report, you can download the report there and have a read of it. When it's out, it's out there now. How do you see this going over the next maybe few days, few weeks, few months? What are you hoping it has a wide reach, and have you got anything planned to consolidate the thoughts of people on the report?
Well, I got involved with this work because about 10 years ago, when I was chief executive at the college, I had a fantastic IT manager, a guy called Mark Brandish, who still works at the college, who came to me and colleagues and said, we need to move towards cloud-based solutions. We need to start using Chromebooks and things. And we brought it to our senior management team, and we listened and we trusted him because we knew he was a great bloke. So we've evolved over 10 years, and that's developed our relationship with the guys at C Learning, Jamie Smith and Ian Nairn. And really the work we've done here is about their passion as technologists and as business people for education. So I've just been happy to try and use some of my contacts made up over these years to bring people in to start to share these ideas. I hope we start off a debate. Certainly the report is there hopefully to help organisations. Certainly the people who've been involved already, some of them are already going back and developing plans on the back of it and sharing it with their governing bodies. It's not a perfect report. It's not a bit of research. As I say, it's a report which takes in a lot of information from some really credible people. I just hope it helps with the conversation, helps people go further. And maybe we need to repeat it again in a couple of months' time, because we're going to go through a range of different phases, and the challenge and the change is not going to go away.
And it's really interesting, isn't it, with all these things, like you say, it's brought together some great minds who've worked together on thinking and looking at some of the issues and the challenges. So what do you envisage, you know, when it goes to FE, HE organisations, what's a challenge to them implementing it in their locality in terms of what challenges you think they might come up against?
It goes back to the theme probably you picked up from me, which is around leadership.
Yeah.
The leaders have got to get it. They've got to believe in it. You can't not believe in the issues we raise and the role of technology in modern and future education, just because you think that's what people want you to say. You've really got to believe it. I always did, and I still do. So I think, you know, people can work out leaders really quickly. And the staff will know. And you need a leader who really gets it and is prepared to drive it forward. And then it'll only be successful if you take the whole organization with you, really work closely, engage with the workforce, and basically sell your passion for it. Because our colleges and universities are just full of thousands and thousands of brilliant people. The issue for leadership is to tap into that potential and make it work for learners.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, it's quite exciting. Have you got anything? What's the next stage? I know we're doing the day conference today with the release of the report, but are there any other plans to kind of do a follow up in the near future?
Nothing we've set yet. I know that Jamie and Ian from C Learning are keen to take things to the next stage. I think the important thing is let's see what sort of feedback we get today, and from the report and from the discussions and from the social media discussions that are going on as we speak. And hopefully that will help us all to decide what we can do next to help. And also hopefully, I'm sure there are lots of other people out there who've got good ideas, really capable people. Hopefully we can tap into some of them and start to bring in some of the new stars who are going to be the future leaders of the further education and higher education sector.
Yeah, I think that's really important, to kind of bring in as many different kinds of voices, experiences, and, as you said, not just kind of a lot of people can just think about England in that sense, but the nations, and actually making sure that we are all, as you said, moving together. Someone's put trust is at the heart, and that kind of really, and I think we probably can't overemphasize, as you have, the role of leaders in this. What do you think, if you can comment at this stage, is the role of learners kind of in this?
Well, I think most educational establishments these days have really good engagement with their learners, and we need to listen to what they say. But a fine balance. Learners, by default, that we all learn for life, but younger learners are a little bit further down on the learning, whatever, continuum.
And the reasoning,
so,
yeah.
Yeah. So they don't have all the answers, but that doesn't mean they haven't got interesting things to say. And the point is, some people have said of late, well, the new normal is going to be what we're doing at the moment, as in what we're doing today. This isn't the new normal, but this is, well, I'm not sure if we know what the new normal is going to be or the next normal, but what we do know is that blended learning and use of different approaches, more flexible learning is here to stay. But it's interesting, one of our contributors to the meetings was the Vice Chancellor of the university. And one of the points she made was that and what's interesting is a lot of colleges and universities have already done surveys of staff and students during the COVID period, which is really interesting to find out, to get feedback. But learners want the social side of learning. So I think whilst they are used to technology, perhaps more than we think, it's not as an alternative to what they got, but something alongside it that blends and augments the learning experience. I think if you take away the social side of being a student, then they'll go somewhere else where they can find it.
Oh yeah, because that was definitely the highlight of most of my learning experiences, together with your mates every break time and kind of discussing the things that you're learning with them. And so, yeah, I think it's essential, as you say, that we really take the social aspect into consideration.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I myself, I've been involved in a few student reports, and you just made me think that there's a lot of students who are actually excelling with online learning. So where I work, we have a lot of students who don't engage in actual physical classroom learning for many social emotional issues, but we're finding that they're actually engaging more than some of those typically higher flyers online, and it's made me think, and it's something that I'm kind of I'm planning for when we go back in terms of blended learning. We almost have a moral obligation now to provide this, because we can't turn away from that. We can't look at that and go, right, that group of students are actually excelling with online learning, and then turn our heads and go back to how things were, because it would be a moral outrage, I think. My background's an RE teacher, so sorry to bring morality into it, but I think I really feel strongly about that. I don't know what you think, David.
Yeah, I'd agree entirely with you. And interesting, Dan, I was talking this last week with the managing director of Wales's largest private training provider who does apprenticeships and things like that. And they have found during this period that, in fact, the engagement they're getting with learners and employers and the progress of learners through using their Google platform is better than it was before COVID. So I'm not saying that means that using technology and cloud and everything is the answer to everything, but I think we certainly need a segmented approach to different bits of learning and different institutional priorities. And that certainly is the one for your apprentice type level, where they're finding that it works better for the employer and for the individual. So yeah, definitely.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much for that, David. And you're coming back for our roundtable, I believe.
I think so.
Yes, I should know these things. We're coming back for our roundtable, and then we've had a few more comments in the chat. So we will probably bring some of those comments into the roundtable discussion. So if you put in a comment, we will get to it when the roundtable discussion comes. We're going to take a quick comfort break. We're going to come back at 14:45, and then we'll reconvene for our final roundtable. So if you've got a burning question or something or thoughts that have been bubbling up as we've been coming through the day, then do drop them in the chat box so that we can discuss them at 2:45, our final session of the day. And in the break, you can go and check out the report.
See you soon.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us today. We really appreciate all of the people staying on, commenting, joining in the conversation. It's been an awesome day. But there's something awesome happening at the start of next month, isn't there, Dan?
Yeah, I didn't know you were going to do that there. Thanks for the... I was too busy during the breaks. I'm putting my fan on because it's like a sauna. Turn my fan off. Yeah, so the 10th of July, we have got our next online event, and that is our annual EduFuturist Award. So it normally takes place in person, like all of these things, I guess, and it'll be our 3rd year running, and it's a fantastic opportunity. There'll be 13 awards handed out during the day. And yeah, it's going to be good. David Price is going to be joining us for it again, speaking, and a whole host of other speakers. So you can check that out at awards.edufuturist.com/ oh no slash, just there we go. It's been a long day, Janelle. So do check that out. But now we're kind of coming to the accumulation of the whole day. It's been a great day of talks, and we've heard several presentations, and so now we want to kind of look a bit more deeply into that report and invite a few people. Now, there were so many amazing minds we wanted to hear from, so we're actually doing this panel in 2 sections. We'll have half people on first and half people on again, but we really wanted just to kind of really delve into next or never normal and take some more of your questions. And I think Dan might have the first question, or he might think I've got the first question. Yeah, what I'm seeing is, as I'm seeing a lot of connections throughout the day, and obviously we came up with a theme, it's been planned out, but one thing that I'd love to delve into is that power of collaboration, and I know David Jones has mentioned it in his report, and David Price, you've got a book named after it, the Open Book, and then your new book, The Power of Us. It's kind of the heart of it is collaboration. So it'd be great to just kind of delve into that in what that looks like, because I think a lot of organizations, a lot of people pay lip service to collaboration because it's a nice buzzword to stick on a report or something like that. But how does that look in reality when it's being done well, especially within this education conversation?
Helen, if we go to you first.
Okay. I mean, for me, well, collaboration is at a number of levels, isn't it? So it's college level with working with other institutions. It's interesting, the number of recovery bids and monies that are available now. It's all about collaborative work. And so I think in some ways we'll be forced down that way of collaborating for monies to be able to support our future digital strategies. There's talk, isn't there, about further work with higher education and further education and possible mergers and monies being linked to that for universities that are struggling. So I think we'll be in an environment where we'll be forced to collaborate at institutional level. I think in terms of within our colleges, talking today and listening to some of the others earlier, so many of us are products of merged colleges. So already we're having to try and collaborate within our institutions, because staff within those institutions have got a very different history, because suddenly we've been thrown together as merged institutions. So I think there's a lot of work that colleges have to do locally in terms of getting their staff talking. And then finally, the level is getting students to collaborate and teaching them how to, because I think sometimes we just expect students to be able to do this and to work in groups, etc. And it's been much harder online to do that. And I think we have to build that in so students learn how to collaborate all the way through. So I think is this the new paradigm, collaboration? I think in some ways it is, but it's throughout the whole of the sector, all the way from the student upwards.
Amazing. And one of the questions that we've kind of had out of today and out of the report is, how can we begin to tackle the major inequity in access to online learning? And I know part of this is about reimagining kind of the way we do things. David Price. So we've got 2 Davids, so I'm calling by both names. So David Price, I don't know if you've got some thoughts about that.
Janelle, I'm disappointed. I thought you were about to ask me about collaboration. I've been scribbling down my gems of wisdom.
did a switch on me. I just want to say,
never trust a journalist.
Yeah, I just want to say one little thing about collaboration, and then I will answer your question, or try and answer the question about equity. A repeated theme that I've got in my new book is if it's good enough for the students, it ought to be good enough for us. And Helen's final point there about teaching students to collaborate, I think, is really interesting one, because my favorite definition of collaboration was from an American general who said, it's an unnatural act between non-consenting adults. And it is kind of, you know, we often in our work, we go to great lengths to avoid that collaboration. And yet we know that this is hugely in demand. So I was working this past week with a university in Vietnam, and they were trying to say, how can we get our students better to collaborate? And I said, listen, that's not going to be the problem. Your problem's going to be, how do you get your staff to collaborate? Because I think the heart of it is that Helen drew that distinction between the internal collaboration and the external. And I think we probably spend an awful lot of time looking at how we improve collaboration internally. But I think that's at the neglect of the external environment. And a friend of mine who's a VP at a further education college, she was talking about the discussions that they are having, and she said, we've got to stop thinking of ourselves as a further ed college. We might be part of that sector, but actually we're really about education, and we've got to be collaborating with communities, we've got to be collaborating with parents, we've got to be collaborating with employers. So I think that concept of the education ecosystem is really applicable, and its time has come, partly through COVID. And that is also connected to equity. And you know, if any of us had a solution for how you make learning more equitable, we'd have done it. It's not easy, but what I think we overlook in terms of equity is, my research has shown me that organizations often look at equity as something that they are supposed to do, they need to do, it's the right thing. What they don't look at is that equity is a massive accelerator of innovation within organizations. So to give you one very quick example, one of the schools I feature in the book is New Roads School in Santa Monica in California. And it's an independent school, but they believe so passionately that equity should be driving everything they do, driving the curriculum, that they took a decision some years ago that half of all of the fee income that they got, they would send back out to enable young people from Compton in Los Angeles, which is one of the most deprived parts of the US, to get free scholarships. And they see that as not just being the right thing to do, but it means that they're a highly innovative school, and they are. So I think we've got to switch our mindset around equity. It's a thing that it not only should be driving our employees, but it's clearly driving students right now. This new form of activism that we're seeing all around the world involving young people is essentially about making it a more equitable world.
And you're right, it seems like young people really are leading on this in all the different ways we see. And I know you mentioned a few of them earlier, a few of the protests that are happening currently and have been happening, mainly all led by young people, desperate to be heard. David Jones, how do we harness that as we look at kind of what's next? Because I feel that these young people are in a state of really not wanting to be ignored. They want us to hear them and to hear about the things that they feel concerned about. How do we build all that in?
Well, it's like a lot of things. It's about right at the top of the organization, immediately accepting that it is, valuing it and seeing it as a priority. And then it needs to be addressed at multiple levels and informal and informal ways. I think it's about creating a culture within an organization that encourages feedback from learners, recognizing that some people feel quite unconfident in the way they do things. equally at a more formal level, I think if we're looking at policy and government, things like the youth parliament that's been set up in Wales, which sits actually in the chamber of the Welsh government, is a brilliant example of a country really signing up to listening to what young people say. And then alongside it, tapping into things like the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. Again, it's a Welsh initiative. It might seem as if I'm promoting a lot of things in Wales, but there are a lot of really good things happening, and they're joined up. And the key thing, I think, it's about people really valuing the views of others and thinking long term and being confident to share as well. I think that's the other thing about sharing and listening. You've got to be confident in yourself if you're prepared to listen to others. Some people don't listen because they're not quite confident enough in what they're saying or doing.
Yeah, I think that it also has a knock-on effect, doesn't it, on how we actually train our teachers and how we train our lecturers, from that typical stand at the front of the room and delivering and being the wise sage who gives out the information, to actually, if we're actually talking about true collaboration with students and true collaboration with each other, what knock-on impact do you see that having on the way we train our teachers, and maybe not just the initial training, but how we continue to make sure that teachers and lecturers have that lifelong professional development? Helen?
Okay, I mean, I agree that teacher training probably will need a new look and a refresh. And you've alluded to Ofsted, because Ofsted inspect teacher training providers. It's key that they're involved in terms of what they're looking for, because they are a key driver for us. But in terms of teacher training, but that continuous CPD, I'll give you some interesting facts. We have some CPD that's compulsory for staff to do, and we've never had such high compliance with training, because some of it's online, and the online training staff have been engaging with while they've been at home. And so it just shows we need to be more training online for our teachers. But it's taking teachers as they come in, because most of ours that come in are from industry. Then they haven't come straight from teacher training college. There's experts in their field, and we train them in college. And so it's taking an expert from their field, whether that's a construction expert or a hair and beauty expert or an engineer or somebody like that, and getting them to come in and giving them the skills to be able to, because they'll have all the great ideas coming from industry, and it's nurturing that and making sure that they can really excel, and so that they have confidence to take on these new ideas. I mean, a lot of our teachers, young and old, have really embraced the online learning, and that's fabulous to see. We've had teachers who, never wanted to touch going to Google Classroom, have suddenly embraced it and said, "Oh, actually, this is great. I love this, and I love because it empowers me and it empowers my students." And I think we've got to capture and take forward.
I think a really interesting point that I see is often we equate this with an age thing, and I really don't think it is. I think it's a vision thing. How do we make sure, like you say, from older to younger students, different people are embracing it? How do we make sure that we capture the people with a real vision for change and manage to bring them into the conversation, as people have alluded to, from wherever? As someone said in the comments, it's about external help as well. How do educators do that? For anyone, really.
I think I don't know. For us, it's been David Jones said about listening, and I think for leaders that's the key thing, because leaders don't know everything. They haven't got all the answers, and there are thousands of experts out there, and it's listening to the staff, it's listening to the students in the colleges. As most colleges, we've done surveys about how students have found the online learning, what they liked and what they didn't like, and that we did specifically to be able to build for next year. And we've been doing the same with the staff in terms of what skills do you have and what skills would you like to have and need developing. And it's listening to people to find out what we need to be able to do next. And I think that's quite key.
I think one of the other things that is shone out of this as well is the fact that a lot of our teachers and lecturers have gone on so much CPD over the last 3 months, probably that they've ever done since they left their training college. And I know David Price, that's kind of, it's one of your things, one of your themes that comes out generally about how about the next generation being kind of a generation of slashers. So they'll not just have one job, but they'll have one job slash another job, because that's the way the economy will work. But we're almost saying that just within the teaching profession, aren't we? That teachers are having to relearn their job and become a slasher digital teacher as well.
Mm. Yeah. Can you actually see me or hear me? Because I've just got a message come up. My system has run out of application memory, which is it's been a long day.
We can hear you, but you're stuck on a pause where you look like you're really
I thought that might be the case. Okay, well, I'll just, rather than restart everything, just assume that I'm highly animated here. I think what we've got to accept is that CPD has also undergone, or should have undergone, this revolution as well. So when I was doing the research for Open, it became apparent that all organizations, not just learning institutions, were still standing, doing PowerPoint presentations, and people were bored rigid. And at that time, we're going back now 7-8 years, the opportunities for social learning weren't anything like they are now. So I think what we've got to recognize is, and COVID has proven that, as Helen said, is that there's been this massive demand for it from people, the same people who discovered TED Talks and then spent hours just finding their way through that. But I think we also have to recognize that there is self-determination theory applies to adult learning, not just to young people. And so this idea of how do you manage a process of self-management is one that all organizations are struggling with, because the most powerful learning that goes on is when it's self-determined by the learner. And in an organizational context, that makes people uncomfortable. But it comes back to trusting them. If you trust your staff, then people like Brewdog give people £500 a year and just say you do whatever courses you think are most appropriate to you. We're still stuck in an institutional mindset, I think, when it comes to CPD.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just going to, I think Ben's in the background there. Benny, you're going to put a message up there. Yeah. So Nick Hart said, teachers still need to be teachers. They need to tell stories, to engage, to enthuse, and build foundations for students to build from. EdTech is a tool. A fountain pen is a tool. So any closing ideas kind of based on that? And then we've got a couple of minutes before we bring Audrey and Khawar in.
Yeah, well, I'll jump in, because one of the things that if I say it at a conference, it's guaranteed to get people's backs up. But I still believe that line that any teacher that can be replaced by YouTube video should be. So the challenge for us as educators, yes, he's right, the tools, but we're talking about incredibly powerful tools, and we have to find ways to incorporate it into our practice. I mean, I can't believe that there are still lecturers who say I don't know how the technology works, and I don't think I need to. That to me is ridiculous. But I think we've not just got to slavishly adopt it because someone is telling us that we need to do it. We need to think, how should my pedagogy change now as a result of that? And everybody's having to do that. Right now, I've turned this office into a kind of TV studio. I never anticipated that I have to be delivering training online, but there you go. We're all having to adjust.
Yeah, we are. And I think if we could, so we are about to do a bit of a panel swap. David Jones is staying with us, and we will say thank you to David, Price and Helen. But if we could just quickly have a thought about that from Helen on what we just mentioned about teachers still needing to be teachers.
I absolutely agree. I think I don't know where David's been, because in FE we have some fabulous teachers actually who are real innovators and take things forward. And I think all our staff have done miracles in terms of the speed of which they've turned things around to get online. What we've got to do now is harness that and make it better. And I think, yes, if a teacher could be replaced as a YouTube there wouldn't be the teacher, because the key thing is the personal interaction with those students. And where it's worked for us, this online learning, is the more one-to-ones that students have had and that personalised approach. And you don't get that with a YouTube clip. Okay.
Thank you very much, Helen. David, love to hear from you on this same topic. Bring our new guests in. What's your thoughts on those last two comments? They were slightly not the same, so would love to hear your thoughts.
It goes back to my point about people being confident. I agree with Helen that there is lots of good practice going on. Really, you know, colleges and universities across the UK have not suddenly woken to the fact that you can do things with education technology. Many have been doing it for 10 or 15 years. The issue is it's inconsistent. It's not as much as it could have been, and there's not sharing of good practice. But the way to sell it, if you like, is not to say, here's this great new technology, you've got to use it. It's like anything in life, like when you're trying to sell something. It's about having listened to learners as the customer and employers as the customer. Those are the two biggest customers, I believe. And then being able to demonstrate how using technology and a whole range of other things, some of the things in my themes earlier on, actually allow people to do that. So it's about sort of, it's about setting out a compelling vision, hopefully getting people on side. Because I found that staff, when you start talking to staff about ambition for a college and for learners, you know, they love it, their heart's in it. But you've got to tap into that passion. And if you do that, then you get them on board, and then you can start to show them how things can work. And it is about blended at the end of the day. You're not going to, I don't disagree with what David said, but you're not going to replace a learner just by watching YouTube videos. But equally, there's a big role for YouTube videos as part of the blended learning approach.
And just want to say welcome back to Professor Khawar and also to Audrey Comerford MBE. Now, Audrey is the principal, and CEO of Edinburgh College, and that's Scotland's largest regional college with a global reach across 5 continents, and her reputation as a thought leader has resulted in her holding a number of high-profile positions. And you've been waiting so patiently, so thank you for hanging on whilst we've gone through all of this. And I think it's a really interesting discussion that I'm sure you just caught the tail end of, but teachers still need to be teachers. And I think, you know, everyone's had a kind of slightly different view and would love to hear yours. I mean, I'll tell you how I interpreted what David Price was saying, was that basically, this is what I heard, that if you're a bit of a not so fun teacher and a video would be better than you, then you probably shouldn't teach, which I guess is very controversial, and would love to hear what you think about this whole discussion, Audrey.
Actually, that was interesting, and I was smiling as I was listening to it, because I think there are some key ingredients. And the key ingredients are, if you're doing something, so if you're teaching a student, if it's student focused, then it's the right thing to do, whether that's using technology or not, actually. So it is about pedagogy. And it's interesting because I've got colleagues in UHI, which is the University of the Highland and Islands, which essentially is about half of the Scottish colleges, very small colleges located across all of the islands and highlands in Scotland. And as they frequently remind me and other colleagues, they've been doing what they call technology-enabled learning and teaching for years, actually. And it is really, really important that it enhances the social benefits of education as well. I sometimes worry a wee bit about terminology where we talk about remote learning and teaching, and remote immediately, to me anyway, conjures up almost quite negative connotations. That it's something you're doing on your own. And actually technology, if it's used in the right way, can actually really, really enhance that kind of social learning aspect of learning, which is really, really important. And all the research that I've read over many years says quite clearly that remote learning and teaching will never completely replace face-to-face teaching, and that actually that what David's just talked about there is that blended approach, is that kind of hybrid model, there's no question, is probably the ideal. And Dan, I thought your point was interesting, Dan, when you said that you were worried that some people you know, would do all this stuff because we're in the middle of a public health emergency, but then when we start to get back to normal in September, people would just go back to what they were doing before. And I agree with you. I think I'm going to pinch an analogy that David has heard this before. It's a swimming pool analogy. So I would describe Edinburgh College in terms of technology-enabled learning and teaching as being in the shallow end of the swimming pool with armbands on. And then suddenly we've got COVID. Somebody comes along, takes our armbands off and throws us into the deep end, and we're scrambling around. Some staff and students are not coping. You've got other staff and students who are managing to swim, but they're swimming back to the edge to get them back up to the shallow end because that's where they felt comfortable and they want to go back to that. And then you've got, I would say in my experience, the vast majority of staff and students who are saying, do you know what? There is huge potential in this new world, and actually we just need to create an environment where that can be exploited for the benefit of the students and for the benefit of the staff.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, and I think even though David Price has left us, he's leaving comments on the side, and just to I think he made a comment about touching on Eric von Hippel's work on user innovation and how students and learners shouldn't be seen as customers but as users, and how the companies treat users. They provide for them in the way that best suits them, and I think that's the journey that we now need to go on, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you'll hear, increasingly I'm hearing anyway, that we refer to students as, in terms of their behaviours, are behaving more like consumers. And we have to respond to that. We can't, it's not about us force feeding education to people. It's, absolutely about looking at students who are, as I said, behaving more like consumers. Therefore, what does that mean? How does that translate into how we do our core business, which is learning and teaching?
Great. So Khawar, this is like an ongoing conversation. I'm not sure if you want to talk about this or something else that we've spoken about. Jamie's kind of piped in with a point that says he agrees, and the same principles we would use in business should be the same principles we apply here. Now, on a personal level, I agree with that as someone on the other end when people come through the whole system. What are your thoughts?
Well, I actually agree with Jamie. Education is a business. In a nutshell, we're in the business of educating, and I think we can learn a great deal from commercial enterprises and bring on board good practice. And I'd also say we've talked about collaboration, and actually I think we've talked about collaboration in quite an insular way here within the educational community. I think we have to look cross-sector, so look at the creative and cultural communities, look at engineering, look at the built environment. There's a whole range of sectors there who are doing things really, really well. So I think from the educational sector perspective, I think what we have to do is look beyond the sector for real, deeper and wider collaboration. I think what goes with that is leadership. So I'm going to perhaps, go into David Jones's arena here. Leadership is crucial, and it has to be intentional leadership. It has to be bound by definition. For example, there's one university in the UK that appointed a pro VC for digital at executive level. It's got to be harnessed. So I think leadership, which then leads into defining culture, defining practice, defining the spectrum of what needs to change, is absolutely critical. So much of what's been discussed today, including this recent conversation, has to be led. Yes, there's democratization of digital, but at the same time, going back to my reference to digital as a transformative force that has to be channeled in a particular direction. And I think bringing people with you is the way that we need to do this. I'd also like to pick up on Audrey's perspective of definitions, and I think you're absolutely right here, Audrey, regarding how we define things. For example, I could define this session as face-to-face. Yeah, face-to-face doesn't necessarily mean on-site or on campus. So I feel a real sense of community being here with you face-to-face. And I think we have to look at competing forces here in terms of what's driving the evolution. So COVID has forced us and made us react. But actually, the competing forces here are also, going back to the other David's comment, who are we competing against as academics in terms of presence? So will we see the changing role of an academic to one who is capable of performing and engaging in the delivery of education in a digital ether? So we're moving away from the in-classroom setting with a particular set of dynamics and behaviors to one which is online, hybrid, and evolving. Okay. Now, in terms of that and in terms of pedagogy, I'll tell you who's got it right: social media influencers. Post a picture of a kitten and you've got 2 million followers. And
how edifying that is.
They have a tricky approach. These followers remain and they keep coming back. So the point I want to make here, longer term, is the role of the academic is not about heads in books and in paper and in literature. It's about heads up. It's about learning from the other sectors. It's about adapting in an agile way and bringing on board best practice from whatever those arenas are. That's what democratization of digital is, really.
And if we think about that, David Jones, and think about the democratization of it all, reimagining education for the next decade, if we can, because, you know, the last 10 years ago, to think about all the things we've encountered since then. But if we could reimagine that the next decade with all of this in mind that we've just discussed, what would that be like?
Well, I think one of the things we've really got to address is one of the points that I flagged up earlier, which is around digital poverty. Yeah. Because we can talk about all these great things, but if it becomes something that only certain people get, it's a problem. Yes, going back to Jamie and Khawar's point around the word business, which I wholly agree with, I think colleges and universities need to face up to the fact that, you know, it's not good enough to say, isn't it great, here's a new building that we're opening, but by the way, that building, most of the rooms in it are only used usually between 9 and 5 with a lot of gaps in the day, Monday to maybe Friday afternoon, never on the weekend and so on. Oh, and by the way, less of our learners are going to come into the college now because they're going to be doing blended learning, face-to-face, using things like this. There's a massive issue to be picked up here. And I see in the future, we're going to find that as most of our college sites are in town or city centres, that with the growth also of online shopping and so on, we know there's pressure coming there. If we don't watch out, then the centres of our urban areas are going to be not very nice areas. And I think ultimately we are part of the public sector in the UK. And I think we need to democratise and open up the use of our facilities. And we need to be engaging so we really become a 24/7 sector or an education sector, and one which really engages with the people in those areas. That way you bring in the sort of things that I think David Price put on a comment there about involving learners and others in developing provision. You build that into the DNA of your organisation. I think too many institutions just sit around as sort of, I don't know, these posh buildings that people walk past. More than ever, we need to open up our doors and think far greater than the courses that we offer, and think about our role as being a greater engagement with everything to do with our local community and economy. So that would be my vision of a future college and university, one which has got its doors open 24/7, and also that we get rid of the digital poverty issue by making sure that every single person in the UK has got a connection, a good quality connection to broadband. Otherwise, effectively, we're cutting off their air supply to them, if we're really honest, in the modern era. And we've got to give them the devices they need. And we need to develop a taxation system or whatever that does that in the fairest possible way.
Yeah. Audrey, you look like you were wanting to come in just before that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, you know, digital poverty has been around for a while, but what the COVID situation has done is really put a spotlight on that and flushed it out. I mean, you know, it was instantaneous in my own college, you know, how, you know, we've got 30,000 students, you know, a big percentage of those students are living in, you know, deprived communities and had real big issues in terms of lack of connectivity, lack of infrastructure, lack of access to kit. which they had when they were coming into the campus. In fact, we were their safe place that they would go to, you know. So for Scotland as a whole, that whole issue of digital poverty has gone right up the priority list, not just for colleges. I mean, as a you know, this, you know, Scotland, Team Scotland, i.e., and this is this collective collaboration bit, is it's Team Scotland, and it's how we can collectively as leaders of different organisations and sectors actually work together within our localities and our regions to try and solve those problems. The college itself is not going to be the silver bullet, but we're certainly a big part of the solution as long as we can hook up with other people and work in different ways. I mean, collaboration, I've worked in this sector for just over 20 years, and the term collaboration has been around since I joined education, but this is different. You know, the nature of collaboration in our new world, I actually think it's about leaders like me actually saying, what are we going to stop doing? What are we prepared to give away? Because actually somebody else is better placed to do this. So it's a kind of different style of leadership that's required.
It's really interesting you talk about that equity, and it is education's a human right. Every child on this planet needs to have an education, and we put things in place so that can happen. So if a student needs a free bus pass, they're given a free bus pass so that they can access learning. And if this is where we're going to with the digital learning, which obviously it is, and we're there now. What is the digital version of a free bus pass? It's a laptop and a Wi-Fi connection, isn't it?
But slightly more expensive.
Yeah.
Can I just add to that for a second? I think we have to look at the concept of technology for good, which includes bandwidth and physical technology. And going back to the collaboration between the commercial sector and education, I think perhaps what we need to start to promote within commercial organizations is the concept of digital donation. So, you know, charitable work is on corporate's agenda, but actually, you know, there could be the concept of the donation of bandwidth, the donation of resource to create the infrastructure to bridge that digital divide. I think we've got to be realistic and pragmatic about where the funding is going to come from. So if we are talking about broadening the spectrum of education by inclusivity and collaboration, then I think we do have to look beyond the educational sector and create initiatives which do that. Because if we truly believe that education is a right and this should be accessible, then I think we do need to try to motivate, instigate and catalyze these kind of schemes. Organizations I know, they do send their employees into the forest to chop down trees once a year. Brilliant initiative. But hang on, let's perhaps have a contemporary view of this in terms of how we start to donate perhaps to digital education.
Mm-hmm. So last question for everyone, if I could just get just a sentence from each person, just one sentence, maybe two maximum, as the time is up. But we'd just like to know, what would you like to have seen changed when 2021, let's say, everyone's kind of gone back and is starting a new term? What would you like to have seen have changed in the education system by then? I'll start with David Jones.
Thank you. By 2021, I would like to see that every college and university in the UK has an educational technology strategy, which is signed off by its board, that sets out how it's going to be using digital, and that as part of that, there's a fully defined competency framework for the skills that are needed of the workforce, the total workforce, in order to best deliver what's going to meet the longer term needs of learners.
Amazing. And Audrey?
I think for me it would be the staff, is making sure that we put enough support and building the capacity and the skills of our staff so that they can truly, you know, exploit and maximize the full potential of a whole variety of technologies, new and emerging technologies.
Amazing. Professor Khawar?
That's a tough question, Janelle, one of the toughest of the day, I think. I think for me, I'd like to see a huge sense of positivity after this experience and a realization that, you know what, it can be done. We are doing it, and there are open doors, and all we need to do is walk through them to make it happen. So the dawn of a new digital educational era, and today I think is part of that. You know, we are making it happen.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for your contribution, and we really appreciate hearing your thoughts. And whether it's new, next, or never normal, I definitely know things will never be the same. And so I think for that, we all kind of look forward to the future, and thank you for sharing your thoughts on this topic. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we've pretty much come to the end of the day. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us.
Yeah, what a day it's been. I've really, you know what, I was just thinking there. We were talking recently about that formula, you know, that formula for change. I think it's called Jacob's formula for change, and how within that formula there has to be dissatisfaction for there to be change. And I think, and not in an overly negative way, but I think we've felt the rumblings of that dissatisfaction today, and how and seeing a vision for a way forward. Yeah, and just to mention once again that report, that have a look at that. That is it's a vision for a way forward. So on normal.edufuturist.com/report, go and download that, and it's kind of like a synopsis of everything we've talked about today.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day. I know that we've been working with some really great people. I just wanted to, I know we're going to do some thank yous and some shout outs for today. A massive thank you to all the people who've been involved in the roundtables from me, the guys in security from JISC and from Google, Rebecca, Angela, and Stephen Spence, as well as Steve Orp. He'd said a couple of nice things in the pedagogy one, and then the wonderful group of people in the last two sections there, Audrey and Helen, David, Professor Khawar, just some fantastic stuff that's been talked about. And I know that when we break this down into little small sections of videos and we put these things out and people can see this and rewatch this, there's just so much depth in the stuff that we've been doing. So thanks so much for everybody who was involved in those roundtables.
Yeah, obviously the day wouldn't go as well as it could do in terms of the partnerships, and a massive thanks to T Learning, the partners, and also the Warwickshire College Group. I won't thank myself, definitely not going to do that, and I've probably just done that. But yeah, a massive thank you. The day wouldn't be able to happen without the partnership and the support of so many different people. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, can I just say as well, I know, Janelle, you want to jump in, but I just want to say it's been great working with you. Myself, Ben and Steve, we put out regular live broadcasts on a weekly basis on this YouTube channel where we talk about educators all around the world. So little plug there, subscribe and you'll get a notification about them. But it's been amazing to share this hosting job and for you to have us as well, because you're a pro and you've taken on us three amateurs and really schooled us today. So thank you.
No, not at all. It's been a fantastic day, and I think final thanks goes to David Price, David Jones, and Professor Khawar. I think all of their presentations and reports were just absolutely amazing and added so much depth to everything else that went on today, as well as Google and JISC as well, and just everything else that's happened. And thank you to the Edu Futurists, every week putting out content, looking at the future of education, and I just hope to be part of all that's going on.
Yeah, awards. Should we mention awards and then?
Yes.
And we are going to go awards. How on earth with 2 minutes? We're 2 minutes early. We can't finish before half.
Education things always finish late. Not with me on board, I tell you. No, we're finishing on time.
We're going to call you Sergeant Major from now on.
You want to tell them in the background. Thank you, everyone, for being with us and for participating, because actually without you guys watching and being here with us, there would have really been no point us getting together and doing this. So thank you all to the audience and everyone who's contributed with your comments, with your queries, with your challenge. We need all of it to kind of make the future better, and we just hope that we continue in that space.
Yeah, and we'll see you on the 10th of July for our annual award ceremony live online. Go to awards.edufuturist.com to check that out. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Everybody.